Henry.
Here.
Supervisor Magruder.
Here.
And hi, Nita. Good morning. Thank you, gentlemen.
One item, if somebody would be willing, we could add to the agenda, it is a work session, so it doesn't have to be official, is that we need to give the directive for our county administrator to move forward with the request from the schools to transfer back the budget and finance.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay.
John?
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Had a nice conversation with the county administrator Friday, along with our chair. And I will support this. Remember, I just wanted to emphasize again that the school asked us to take over this. We did gladly. And I'm going to stop right there for a second and commend Centralized Services for all they did. It was incredible what mountain they had to climb. And they're still climbing this mountain, okay? Now they want it. And we're going to decide today, and if that's what they want, I'm okay with that, speaking for myself now. But remember, and this is the key part I just wanted to emphasize, that there are issues that are still to be found. There are issues that are still being found now. When they take this on, they're taking it on. It is not us. We are not, they are taking responsibility. Let them take responsibility, if that's what they want. I think it would behoove us to let them know anything that we are concerned about from Centralized Services, that these are still unresolved issues that they need to look into. I think that would be appropriate, as well as that we believe in the essence of transparency, and they touted that in their elections, the 3 new school board members, about transparency, that they need to adopt policies of fiscal responsibility that are transparent, as in example, personal example, a monthly budget report for their board, and give us a copy of it as well, tracking what expenditures and what category, et cetera. So with that, I have finished my comments. Yes.
Thank you, I think we all.
That wasn't his only
concur.
comment.
So, anyway, and
Did
again,
you
also
want me to
establish
refresh
a-
your memory?
yes,
Mr.
please. We
You
talked
had-
about a lot Friday, so.
Yeah. You had the caveat of also having a separate bank account
Yes.
established for the school's finances as part of this agreement.
We had
That-
talked about that
Yes.
in our budget sessions previously, and just to reemphasize as well, and we have told the school board that they are going to be categorically funded.
Right.
And that they're gonna have a separate pot, and that's the money they've got to work with. So these are all things that we have talked about as a board, and they're accepting this under these pretenses. So if there is any comments back from the school board, it is on them. There's no reason to be on us, because they're asking for this, so. But yes, we talked about that too. Thank you for reminding me of that.
You're welcome. As I remembered, it was one of the most important aspects of your concurrence.
It was, because again, we have spent $1.5 million of tax dollars money to get them out of a hole. And don't forget, board, they also have agreed, part of their budget process, to pay back some of this money as well. So all this will be worked out, I guess, or will be disclosed or discussed over the next several months as this gets transitioned over. But I'm assuming this will be transferred over as of July 1st? That's the goal?
So for us, my understanding was our responsibility of being the primary would be June 30th, so they start the new fiscal year.
Correct.
Accountability July 1st. Of course, we'll still continue the transition process, but that will establish a hard line for audit purposes and the bank account, things of that nature.
So if you all are good with that, I'm done with my comments. Thank you.
Board members, anything else? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, budget discussion, what we're here for.
What we're here for.
Hats off to April and Nita for sitting down and scrubbing a lot of this budget back down. As you recall, at our last meeting, we were looking at roughly $4.8 million as a worst-case, kind of little bloated scenario, including all CIP and all things considered. Our staff got that back down quite a bit, finding some from savings, shaving some things out, looking at pushing some things down, you know, to a future year. We did pull out CIP items right now for something else to discuss on our own about how we're going to fund those. We also pulled out the outside agencies, those that are not required for us to fund, just to see where we were standing. So a lot of what we'll discuss today is not on the operational side, but as much as with the surplus that we have after you're taking out these other things, how are we going to pay for those items? So with that, I'll let Nita jump right into it and kind of steer us on. The good news is our staff was able to get us to a balanced budget without raising taxes.
Yes, thank you.
Good morning. I prepared for all of you and left you a little packet of the sheets that we updated. It includes the revenue, the summary, and then the outside organizations and the CIP individual sheets. The highlights are revenue projections. We found some additional revenue, and revenue is looking to be about $57,611,392. Just talked to Kristen. She's got a couple more small tweaks that she and Penny might add to it, not take away from it. So that'll be forthcoming. It's not a tremendous amount, but you know, every dollar helps. And then our expense projections, after we remove all the things that Chairman Akers spoke about, comes down to $57,255,650. So that leaves roughly $355,742 for the outside organizations and CIP before we need to touch reserves or decide on any other funding.
So the good news with all that is that we can run our operations based on the revenues that we have. What we have to decide is on what CIP projects or what outside agencies do we want to allocate this additional $355,000 to, or quite frankly, could lower taxes down by another penny or two, if that was the desire of the board, but that would be going without funding, you know, some of the outside agencies. The options we have for funding is our operational fund that we can fund out of. We could use debt service, which we know with talking to Davenport and Associates, I think this coming year, we could assume as much as $400,000 in debt without having an impact to our tax rate on the debt repayment that we have, or reserves. Those are kind of our options there. Is there a particular place you want to start, Nita?
Do you want to start with CIP or do you want to start with the outside organizations?
Or
I'd like to start with the CIP,
Okay.
with a note that it does include some of the CIP that was already committed to or voted on by the board. So it's not all of your CIP has been removed. Those items that were already approved or necessitated or ordered have been included in that total.
the
So
things that were committed, the
That's right.
broadband,
Ambulance.
the ambulance.
Yeah, things,
If they were hard commitments and we already have quotes and things on order for, then
They've
that
already-
was included in here. So without using the reserve, now,
That's right.
it did, you know, even though broadband is in here, it's not pulling any money from reserves. It is pulling money from the $1.7 million that we had for the ARPA grant. And that does show as revenues coming in, correct?
Correct.
And then the expense going out.
I just have one question before we
Yeah.
start. So no outside agency money is currently,
Correct. Is
Here.
currently in there. That's,
okay.
anything that's voluntary is not. Bay Aging, Healthy Harvest.
outside agencies are included.
The mandatory,
Yes. Yes.
voluntary. Okay, thank you for that.
Another quick question. Are we using the new sheet that you just gave us for CIP, or do we look at the book, or old one?
So on the second page of your budget, I've given a summary of what was either removed or pushed. So the new CIP that was in your packet is what's currently included in the budget. Yes, sir. So that's what's currently included in the budget, and then if you'd like, we can go through by the lines and decide what we want to add back in.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I'll show you.
Wait for April to get.
I'm sorry, my student needs
Yeah, we're going to plan.
special ed care. So anything in yellow, these
Got it,
are
got
what's
it, got it, got it,
mandatory.
got it, got it,
So
got
all of these in yellow have already been included
Okay,
in that.
got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's what I brought the book with.
All right, so
You got too many notebooks.
No, I wanna know what the hell I'm doing.
in the CIP, we have, we've removed all the vehicles except for the 6,000 that was already committed to for DSS for towards their vehicle, since they're paying the majority of that. So that was 2 sheriff's vehicles, 1 animal control, and 1 truck for Parks and Rec that was removed. We pushed the 250 for the joint maintenance facility to next year, knowing that we did not spend all of our money this year that we had for it, as well as we are very hopeful on the grant that Brian's been working on. I know that we made it to the next round, but we still have a little ways to go.
Before you move on, I see some eyes flipping about the vehicles. We'll get around back to that subject, but with the new fleet management program and how we'll need to address policies on take-home vehicles and other advice and wants of the board to revisit established policies, there may be vehicles already in the fleet that can serve these purposes and requests, so
And if not, again, these are things that
that we'll vote on,
that
you'll vote
100%
on.
qualify for, capital that could come out of reserves and qualify for that. We just have to mirror that up with our policy to make sure that we don't drop below our policy limits for what we use our reserves for in our unassigned fund balance. So that was the reason to pull those out, so we kind of keep those separate. None of those things are required to operate the county. So that's why we kind of separated those.
Yeah, that's just a new directive you gave us on that workshop, so I wanted to
Right.
make sure we put it for the other gentleman.
We've reduced computer replacement by 6,000. That just gives us 40,000 year over year for replacement of tech for staff as it's needed. We moved the animal shelter construction to FY '28. And I just wanted to let you know that currently, I checked last night, there is $355,752 in that animal shelter donation bucket. So that is something that could potentially go towards a new shelter when we get to that point. We moved the bus radio replacement to FY '28 as well, since I think the schools will be very busy trying to take back over their, get acclimated to their finances and HR duties.
Question on that one. Since this is CIP and we have a joint CIP budget with the school, if they decide, that could be their decision, they can take it out of that fund, could they not?
It could be their decision.
They can make that request
They-
to us to approve. We have to approve it.
Correct.
Yes, they can make
But
that
it,
request.
but that request should come from, when they make the request, should come out of their CIP budget.
Yeah, those are the ones we have allocated, set aside for projects that they may request. So for example.
Correct.
If there was something new that came up, I don't know what it is, let's just say it's
New bus, whatever.
a new
you know,
bus.
Exactly.
Right, and they want to utilize, unassigned fund balance, the CIP that we set aside for them, sure.
Yeah. That, because if that's what that is, a CIP item, then it should come out of that CIP fund. Okay. We were just talking about the bus radio replacement coming out of the school CIP fund, not our CIP fund.
That's right.
Because it is a school-related item. I mean,
Right, and then it goes to one of their assets that they purchased.
Correct.
So,
okay. And again, if a grant can be had, that would be great too. All right, gives us some time for that. Thank you.
We removed the $200,000 from general facilities repairs, just so that we don't know exactly what it is that we need at the moment. So it would be something that as those replacements and repairs occur, we can come back and decide how we need to fund it based on what the cost is. And that was kind of the same line of thought for the other 50,000 in general renovations to the constitutional offices, until we identify what it's gonna cost for what's needed exactly. We just removed it for now. 900,000 for the court renovations. That's pending the energy performance contract, and just kind of see where that shakes out with what we can use.
So in other words, if they can come up with the money in the energy efficiency, they put that in the contract, they pay that ahead of time, they pay for that, and then it comes off as we get savings? Is that how that
No, I
works?
think we fund it up front, and the savings are realized over a period of time that's guaranteed savings. So if we're not getting the savings, then they have to write us a check back.
Now, do they do that yearly, or do they do that at the end of the contract?
Great question, I don't have an answer for that.
It
That's
probably
fine.
depends on
That's
what,
fine, it'll be in the contract.
what features.
It'll be in the contract, but I do remember,
Over a period of time, she reaped this.
I do remember Ms. Sheriff saying they look at it each year.
Okay.
And you would get the cost savings, and it progressively grows according to their projections.
Okay.
We removed the 45,000 for the library and 35,000 for the Parks and Rec Extension Office, since they are not county-owned buildings. Again, we would need to determine what exactly is going to be done and get exact cost estimates for those. And we removed the 20,000 for the swimming pool cover until we receive estimates on that. And the 131,902 for the voting equipment, we pushed till next year, since at this moment in time, we do not know when the state will approve it and when it'll be mandated that it go into use.
But it could happen.
It could happen, but at this moment in time, we don't have an exact date for when the state may or still may not approve it, since my
Right.
understanding is it's still in testing.
And none of these were operational, which is why
Right.
we pulled those aside and said, these are all either unassigned fund balance or things that we need to establish debt for. So at that point, when we're ready to pull that trigger, we're gonna have to we'd have to make that decision anyway. So,
And just be aware, I didn't hear anything through VACO that the state was gonna cover this.
That's right.
In any way, shape, or form, so be prepared for
A
that.
great mandate.
Yes, that's right. I did talk
Thank
to
you,
the
State.
registrar, and she's heard the same. It would be locally funded.
I got you.
That's why I've asked for a letter from the electoral board when that happens, to make the request on behalf of that office to support it.
I think the idea is that all of these are viable, we just have to decide timing, funding, and source funding, where it's gonna come from.
The other component is their CIP, and so with our procurement policy, you'd have to go to request for bid or request for proposal, and so that will start that process to get the 3 bids and make sure all of the procurement policies are being followed.
And everybody's gonna be doing it at the same time. This is gonna be fun. But that's a different story. Can I go back to Parks and Rec? For the repairs there, even though it's not our building, it just, I know that part of the bigger park plan is to move Parks and Rec out there. Is it wise to spend money there if in a few short years
That's right.
they may not be there? Just keep that in mind.
We'll have to decide something on extension though, because extension stays there too.
That's
Well,
That's right.
that's under discussion too. I know that the Parks and Rec would love to have extension out
Well,
there.
that may,
That's what
you know.
they keep on coming back to me. Not saying that we agree to that, that's a board
Right.
decision, so.
But
I'm
just as a
letting you know.
reminder, this is CIP, so there have been other repairs that address their day-to-day concerns that have been
Correct.
taken out of the operational budget with facilities. So I know Jay is taking care of doors and windows and seals, things like that.
We're not gonna deny them heat or electricity or internet or something.
They're used to being outside, their park.
Yeah, that's true too. They do work hard outside, I give them that, but.
Nita, do you have a rough total of what all these numbers add up to?
I should have, and I did not, but I can do it real quick.
While she's doing that, I can ask April. By our policy, we're to keep, what is it, 12% minimum in our reserves and all that, and I know we've exceeded that.
That's right.
What do we have to, dollar-wise, do we have to work with for some of these items on here that are in reserve, so we don't violate that policy?
I can look it up. I
Okay.
didn't pull the figure
Or
for
if
you
you have
today.
a rough number, I'm not gonna hold you to pennies here, but,
Okay.
you know,
I'll have to
wanna
go
say
get my
we were like
computer.
5% was like where we were
The-
over, because we were from 12 to 15, I think was our range.
right.
That's
Yes.
I
probably,
wanna say
And I thought we were
and I wanna
around
say we were right about
20%.
20.
We were at
That's what I
20,
remember
but I
as
don't
well.
remem-
What does that translate to dollars roughly?
I don't remember.
2.5 million, something
I
like
don't know if it's
that, 2
quite that
million?
high, but it's
I want to s-
probably between a
think
million
it's
and a half
one-
and two.
I'll say between a million.
I
and a
would
half.
say two.
Yeah.
Just That's good enough for
And then
discussion
as far as
purposes.
debt goes, you know,
That's good
when
enough.
Davenport was here, we can assume about, I think it was about 400,000 this first year without, is what we could incur in additional debt and still be able to pay a debt service without having the additional
Right.
revenues or any higher expense than what we already have.
And keep in mind, as we all heard from the Davenport presentation, that debt service continues to go down.
That's right. And your debt service policies and your reserves are all just guidelines that you've set to measure yourselves. They're not hard lines. I know we accept it that way, but you do have some flexibility if you set other goals for yourself as a board.
Mr. Gill, it's 1,107,902 is what we
1,107,000.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So, the only number that wasn't on, that I think was the bus radio replacement. What number was on that?
That was 165.
165.
Did that?
Yeah,
Yep, I left that out. I'm sorry.
It showed up under emergency services.
Yes.
Ron.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
And the reason it's shown there is we're going to do the installation of the radios in-house from the county side to save money.
All right.
Okay. Put that down.
And if they consolidate bus routes or something to find
Right.
efficiencies, that would be reduced as well.
That's right. That was part of our conversation yesterday with some of the other department heads, was if they're going to take all of this over and they have a new transportation manager and the superintendent, they may change the routes, they may want to reduce their fleet, so it wouldn't make sense to deploy all the radios now without knowing their hard number of buses and what their requirements are.
Good point.
Remembers any other questions for this capital list? And I think what we'll do is we'll come back to this, we'll do the outside agencies, just so we have a broader scope, and then we can come back and see which side we're hung in on first.
Do we want to talk about in the past, we've had $25,000 in a fund, and some of these groups were supposed to go to that fund to get funding.
And we're still gonna have that.
We're still going to have that. Or- The youth incentive fund. So as we look at outside agencies, what gets pulled out to go into that versus, obviously Bay Aging's not going into that, so.
Elderly incentive.
Agencies that we've recommended you fund above and beyond like the level funding from that youth incentive fund.
So the first page of our work session document goes through, I've outlined the agencies that are all voluntary and what they have requested, and if that's an increase or decrease, or level funding, because many of them did ask for level funding.
Is that on this sheet, Nita?
It is, but it's also, there's a summary on the top sheet that I gave for the work session.
Gotcha.
And then if y'all decide as you're discussing, I can plug numbers in and whittle down that surplus that we have to offer for that. So,
So right now, the total outside agency request, that's been what's requested, right?
that has been
Total
what is
request.
requested, and that includes new agencies, that includes increases. That's just the total of outside agency requests. So it's about, 19,000 or so more than what we have to offer. So Bay Aging, their total request actually decreased $6,000 from this year, and they did a good job covering that in our outside agency presentations. I think they were saving some money by consolidating some services.
And for our new board members, the last few budget years, the board as a whole had said Bay Aging may not be mandatory, and you guys can discuss it, but they found that it was such a necessary for the community, they considered it as a mandatory agency. That, of course, can change, but that was the position of the board in previous years.
The other thing to note on Bay Aging as well, the amount of money they leverage through grants.
Yes.
So when you look at every dollar we spent and the amount of dollars that they bring in, I don't have it off the top of my head, but it is phenomenal. So, well-supported and great benefits to this community.
So we have this list, obviously, there's 20,000 that we couldn't cover based on the request, and we're not suggesting that we fund the request or some other number. But these are kind of our dollars and cents, keeping in mind, we still have capital that we still have to decide at some point that we'll have to fund as well. The other thing to take into consideration is, that of the school's budget, we still haven't received that. We know we've allocated in for what we're required by the state, but should the schools come back for some of the additional options and the required local effort, we may, that may be more money that would come out of the county. So I just think we need to be aware of all that. of those-
That is the biggest wild card in all this.
Right.
We don't have a school budget.
Yep. So board members, how would you like to tackle it? We tackle CIP first, or we could tackle the outside agencies?
I think we can go down the outside agencies pretty quickly.
Sure.
I don't think
I'm
it's,
okay with
I don't
that.
think that's gonna take
Why
long.
don't we start with ones that either one, we have to decide, do we want to pull more money out of our unassigned fund balance to match these requests, or would we rather say there's some of these that we don't need to fund this year, given?
I go down the list, just, I
Okay.
don't think it's gonna take that long, and
Okay.
it's orderly.
All right.
We can, if you'd like, we can make changes as we go, and then I can
Okay.
always go back and revisit and take something away that I've just given, so,
Let's do that, so we have a real-time
a calculation.
calculation snapshot.
Okay. So with Bay Aging, in your packages as well, I've put them in the order that I have them on our summary sheet. So if you want to look at the actual individual budget of that organization. It's the first little clip together. So their request was 143,890, which was, like I said, about 6,700 less than this current year.
Can't beat that deal, gentlemen.
So-
Sorry.
I wish it were all that easy.
As I said, that's all one thing.
It's in the back of this?
It was,
It's in the back of that?
I didn't want to staple so that you
I
could
didn't
put them
find
in
it.
your
Right,
book.
second page after this.
There we go.
Oh, it's in the back of that. That's what it say. I know
There you
that I'm sitting here. I look like I'm a third grader today.
That's okay, we included the worksheet so that you can see the breakdown.
So you can see their individual budget.
That's right.
Yeah, I can see it.
The other thing, before we get into that too much, I think it would behoove us, this is my opinion, of just one of us, that when outside agencies submit requests into us, it should be prudent of us, in my opinion, that we ask for financial documents in a financial report. There's no bank that you can go to and ask to borrow money without them having you submit profit and loss statement and all that. I don't know why we're not doing the same thing.
Not only that, but I think you also need to ask questions like, how much of their income is derived from dues or registration, how much are coming from grant money, things like that.
Contributions, yeah.
Contributions, I think that's real important.
Coming from the town.
That would be also a good line to put in there.
But just knowing that it's, that, to see how it's funded and how it's being managed, if it's being, I mean, it's good, in my opinion, it's good for us to do that. We don't really have that policy, but that can certainly be added in.
Well, we could develop an application process. Right now, outside agencies request funding or support through a formal letter or a memo.
Right.
And so it doesn't provide details other than what the ask is for. So if you want to direct us to develop something, to be able
For
to
next year.
accompany the letter or
Right.
with their request, we can do that.
It'd be easier
Like the idea,
to have everything the same and looking at everything kind of apples to apples.
Okay.
like it.
Everybody's pretty pictures in their
Would
things
somebody
that they
like to
hand out.
volunteer to be the champion to work with admin on those requirements?
I'd say maybe, Ronnie's not saying anything, maybe say Ronnie.
I could
He's a finance
I
guy.
can draft something for you to respond to and make edits to.
Well, yeah, I think Ronnie's looking at something that, somebody that's in charge of loaning people money. He's gonna know more of the right questions to ask than I might.
I'm happy to.
Okay,
I'll make it as easy on you as possible.
Yeah, that's fine.
yeah, so we'll get some stuff over to you guys.
All right, sorry about, but I think that we were talking about that the other day, and it's probably just good for us to have that, so we have that documentation.
Yeah, that way it would be, it would start from a ground zero, and everybody be on the same page as far as what information they provide.
Agreed.
Check and make sure they have a business license.
Yeah, yes, check for that business license.
Do you have your business license?
So, bay aging, so that's our first one. I think we can all agree the value that's in bay aging, the ride shares that they do and all that. They did come in at a decrease from last year. So it's really a pleasure of the board.
As we go through it, are we going to decide real time?
That's what I was
By
thinking.
consensus, it'd be a little easier for us to keep up with.
I would recommend that we go ahead and give our consensus, and then we vote on it at the end.
Yes.
That way it's one vote rather
Okay.
than voting every one of
Well,
them.
we probably won't vote on anything at this
Well, that's true
meeting.
too. Consensus,
Yeah.
that's
We'll
all
just,
you
we'll
need.
just reach a consensus on what we want to have.
Point
there.
taken.
We just want to get a consensus of
Consensus.
what number to plug
Okay.
in for
Right.
your final
Yeah.
consideration. Okay.
So we can
I
do
would say
straw
plug
man's.
it in.
So it sounds like we have a consensus on the decreased request from Bay Aging. Is that correct?
If the chair calls for it, just give a thumbs up or a
Yeah.
thumbs down so we know, so April
Yeah.
knows. Thumbs up. All right.
Got it, okay. Thank you.
Essex Youth Football, $5,000. Last year, they received 5,000, was it 80, is it 80, actually 8680, is that what's on the sheet here?
For Essex football,
Last year they
5,000? In FY '25, it was 8680 that they
Gotcha.
actually received, yes.
2026, we did the 5,000.
Yes.
Plus they received from
Currently.
From the
I
incentive
believe they
fund.
received from the incentive fund.
Yeah, about 16,000 from the.
additional 16,000.
Yes. If you want the exact number, I can go
That-
pull
that's
that,
fine.
but it's
Close
a
enough.
little under 16,000.
Just as an aside, what documentation do you require when a request comes into the incentive fund?
So the documentation that was established, in my opinion, was insufficient to address the request. So it wasn't a directive, but Rob had suggested we rework that process
I-
as part of the other discussion that you guys had of wanting it to come to you guys for the final approval. So we haven't developed that yet because of
That's
budget
what I thought.
season, but we will be working on that.
Because that's like a capital account for these outside agencies, basically, because they're doing this, I mean, if they're coming to us, the bulk of this is operating funds for these agencies, and when they ask for these additional funds, a lot of it is capital based, I think.
One of the things, and this is with any of them really, I'd be curious to know as part of our application, what other funding have they received from other, county-related organizations?
I agree.
For example, if we were to give money to Main Street and they turn around and give it to something else that we're already funding, then that's just really just a pass-through, so somehow we're double dipping. And, we need to make sure that we kind of buffer that a little bit so we know exactly what we're giving.
It's not fully transparent when that
Right,
happens.
yeah. And not that we always have control over it, but we can at least ask the questions and maybe some of the financial information will help us identify that. But right now, their ask is 5,000, that's what we've funded in the past. So we can come to a consensus on that or pass it through. Do we have a consensus on the 5,000? All right. Fourth of July, Essex Little League, this is, the proceeds from this does go to Little League, so I'll just make that caveat, because when we get into the next Little League thing, but it's really for the fireworks, and I think, Ronnie, and you're on that committee, if there's extra, I think it goes back to Little League, correct?
Yeah, that's completely volunteer between the Essex Little League and the Richmond County Little League. And in addition to the, each local governing body, the Board of Supervisors in both counties, the towns of Warsaw and towns of Tappahannock, are asked to contribute $1,000 each. And then the rest of the cost is obtained from sponsorships from local businesses. And any excess funds go back to the sponsoring organizations, partners, the two Little Leagues and the two fire departments. So zeroes out every year, Now, we'll say fireworks have gone up 19% this year, so.
Yeah, it's a small ask in the bigger scheme of things.
In the past, it was alternating between locations.
It still
but the-
does.
But the
It's-
money
yeah.
helps support that over there and then over here.
That's right.
So,
Yeah.
But Ronnie, in the past, the town of Tappahannock has always contributed to that as well, so.
Yeah, we make sure of that. In fact, I will say Essex, the Board of Supervisors here and the town of Tappahannock, probably get their money in a little quicker than across the river, but we don't have to put that. That's only a side note.
Do that then too.
So we have a consensus on Little League? All right.
4th of July Little League.
Yeah, Fourth of July Little League. Next is the actual Little League themselves. They've requested a $10,000 increase this year. Previous years, we've funded the same as we did Essex Youth Football at $5,000. And again, part of this may be, you're doing the same type of funding as we do the youth football, and then encourage to get the rest from the youth incentive
Yeah,
fund.
the recommendation, or the ask that we want you to consider is funding it at 5 and asking them to apply through the Youth Incentive Fund process.
That's what
For the
I
other
would support.
10.
I would too. That's what
I would support that.
Thank you.
Consensus on that?
Fund at 5. And the youth incentive, okay.
So that takes us down to 364. All right, Essex County Museum, total request of $30,000, which is an increase of $4,000 from 26. I know with meeting with, April and Nita, looking at these, board, it's to our discretion. A lot of these agencies included increases in pay or salaries. So I'd ask you all to keep that in mind, depending on what we do for the county. As we give the county administrator the ability to provide bonuses and things as budget is available, that we don't approve those. So I'll ask that we consider that carefully when we look at if we're funding actual raises for all these other organizations. I don't necessarily think that's a great look for the county to be funding, COLAs for outside organizations.
My suggestion on this, and I'm a supporter of the museum. I make donations to the museum as well, so I'm comfortable saying this. I would like to level fund them for what we did last year. They can make this additional request later, but I think this should be somewhat contingent upon equal support from the town. And that's what I would ask them to come to us, is the town gonna give them some kind of equal support for this as well? Because if you look at the narration that they put to this and everything, a lot of this is gonna benefit the town either through the Rise and Fall Festival. That's gonna be bookings in the hotels. They have a hotel tax that they generate income. People that go to the restaurant that are not in this community, that are gonna go to the restaurant, they're gonna benefit from those taxes, okay? That we as a county don't. So they have much, much more incentive to support stuff like this to add to their coffers. It's gonna be way more than the $4,000 that they're gonna chip into. But that's the way I would approach it. I'm all ears to listen to the rest of you on that as well.
In the interest of full disclosure, I serve on the board of directors at the museum, and so, I don't have to vote on this in particular, but John's comments are valid. The museum does request funds from the town as well, and that's in the budget. So with this extra projects that are going on this year, that was the essence of the increase. I would say too that the museum budget is very skinny, if not negative, even with these added funds in. So the survival of the museum, long-term, could be at risk.
Did the museum, is this building paid off now, did that loan?
The building has been paid off as of maybe 30 days ago. A small balance left on the mortgage was paid from a private individual, yes. So that will be a little bit of savings there. Obviously, museum does get rent on the office out front, the dentist's office there. So they are in the museum, like, no, I mean, it's not unlike other volunteer organizations. They serve a great purpose for the area, and it's very, donations are down. And that's part of the reason for the increase in the budget from the county.
Board members, any thoughts on either the total request or the level funding has been suggested? Yeah, I'm of one personally, I like to see everything kind of survive on its own if it can. I'm much more inclined to fund, projects or events than operational things that can get out of control, because, unfortunately, it's hard to fund operations that you can't control. That's just where I'm at. The money could be the money's not really the issue, it's how it's being applied. That's why I like the idea of some kind of application form that can state how the funds are gonna be utilized and all those different things in the application, but it's really up to the pleasure of the board, where we're gonna go with this.
Quick, Ronnie, if you make the increase 2,000, half of what they asked for, would that help or would that hurt at the end of?
They won't turn it down.
I know that, I understand that, but I'm just saying, would
Yeah,
that?
anything would help. I mean, the budget was crafted, was well crafted by the executive director, Mr. Manley. And I will tell you, it's had several iterations. I don't think there's any fat in it, the way it is right now. And, so that was the essence. And it was an increase to the town request as well. And I'm not sure how the town's gonna react either, but,
Would it make sense to consider the $10,000 request as the appropriation to their outside agency sustainability, and then come back with more information on the building itself and capital improvements to have more of an understanding of how the additional dollars would be spent?
It would be a better request, in my opinion, if to request funding to break out if there's some kind of capital need.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's a difference in how it might get funded.
Well, the capital need, obviously, I don't know if folks have been in the museum lately, but the storage space in the back has been cleaned out, and it's been used for an exhibit back around Christmas time, the dollhouse exhibit. But that's still a rough area. It needs a lot of work. It was just housing artifacts and things of that nature. That stuff has been moved out. So it's given the museum, that is a capital need to further enhance the museum space.
Just for the reference of the new board members, and this may include Supervisor Gill as well, the museum made a request, and don't get me wrong, I think the museum does great things. As I said, I'm a personal supporter of it, so I believe in it. I think it's well worth funding. I'm trying to incentivize the town, because years ago, we ended up helping them with a HVAC unit at a great expense, and the town was not there for them. And I'm just trying to incentivize a little bit here since the town gets the greatest benefits financially from the museum and these extra events that they're gonna be holding. I don't want to withhold the money any more than anybody else wants to, but I'm just trying to figure out a way to incentivize the town, say, hey, we'll pony up if you pony up. But they can come back to us and request it, and we can still give it to them if the town doesn't. I mean, that's our option.
Ronnie, do you know if they've received any of the 250 grants?
Yeah, I don't know the current status of that. There are some grants in the works, and
Okay.
yes, they've applied, the museum has applied for those.
Okay, good. I would say if not, we can always do some in-kind assistance with our
Yeah,
grant writer and,
I would say the grant, some of the grants, and I'm going from memory here, some of the grants have already been factored into the budget I was telling
okay,
you
good.
about.
Because I know there's a
because
bunch of,
They felt like there was a pretty good chance of getting those grants, so.
that's right.
There's 3 line items on here, right? We've got the appropriations for the museum, then for the museum building, and then capital. Is the 7130, is that operations, and then 7702 more of the infrastructure? Apparently, at some point, we've broken these down to those three categories. I'm just trying to understand
Yeah, it may not,
the why.
it may not be itemized exactly what I was thinking about, because I don't think we have the estimates yet for what it's gonna cost to renovate that curator space. So it was just kind of a catch-all phrase, column to increase the amount by $4,000. I mean, to your point, and you can certainly go back and ask for more information to get more clarification on that. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, because the 4,000 increase is, if that is true operations, the only increase asked is an operational,
Yeah,
not,
I would look at the comments. I think the comments are
Yeah.
pretty self-explanatory of, they plan on using it for
Yeah.
the Rise and Fall Festival. All right, they plan to use it for the traveling exhibit. You know,
Yeah.
yes, there is some stuff in there for the new media room, but most of it's gonna go to the other stuff.
yeah, it's operational. I mean, the museum budget obviously is not as detailed as our budget. So a lot, sometimes the capital expense gets kind of commingled with operational stuff, so.
It looks like-
It depends on what kind of cash is in the bank too, so, but yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to deflect that. It just, yeah, I mean, increased operations this year with these events is probably the main driver of the increase.
yeah,
So if you look at the breakdown, it looks like 24,500 is for operations, with the 5,500 being to capital improvements,
Yeah.
if that helps at all.
I'd be inclined, if I'm looking at this, not having it in the background or not sitting inside of it, but what's being asked is in this top line, this appropriations for, 7130 of $15,000, I'd be inclined to approve that and not to approve the others until such time as a direct request can be made for whatever those capital improvements might be. Because that would be a different pot of money that we'd be potentially be pulling that
No,
from.
I agree.
I mean, we could all agree that with the Virginia 250 and all that, that we're gonna get great exposure, and what the museum's doing, gonna be doing is gonna be great for the county, so I don't wanna, but it could be more than that. They could get into this and find out there's gonna need to be, have more money than that for capital. So I'd be,
I wasn't at the first meeting on, and I'm assuming Mr. Manley presented.
He did a
not?
great
So,
presentation.
He may have had more color then too.
what's everybody's thoughts on doing the 15 and then request them to come back with whatever capital request they have? Because the 15 would come out of our operational budget.
I agree with it. That sounds reasonable to me. I agree with it.
It's the same requirement you have of departments to
Right.
have quotes for
Yeah, oh, yeah,
capital
yeah, I mean, oh,
improvement,
yeah,
so
that's, I mean,
I don't think
they
it's out
certainly
of
pursue that,
line to discuss it.
that procurement.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah, I agree with that.
So it's consensus on 15?
15?
Thank you.
With letting these know that with capital requests can come back for
Right.
additional.
So I'm sorry, can you repeat that? We're going-
$15,000 funded now as an outside agent's re-request with a communication to the museum to come back to request the other as a capital with more details and a quote.
So
Is that correct?
approving the $4,000 increase that they, in the operational line item that was
Right.
justified. The others just seem like they're just regular capital placeholders, so if there's specific requests that need to come in for, whether it be a wall or a new drop ceiling or whatever it might be, that request would just come in.
Okay, so I know I'm gonna get some questions on this, so I just want some clarification. So we're approving the 15,000,
Yes, sir.
and the balance of it can be requested through a separate request.
Do capital, like
A
any other
capital
capital
request.
request.
Okay.
And it can be done outside the budget process,
Right,
anytime.
because that would be coming out of our unassigned fund balance
Right.
anyway, just like any other capital need. All right, EDA.
I'm confused. The original budget book had a $12,000 increase, and now we're at 206, and I'm not sure. It may have been just a Excel spreadsheet issue. But if you look at your original budget book, 80,200, it's showing a 12,475 increase, and this is now showing, and I think the thing that changed was the tourism didn't get carried over.
Perhaps not.
Everything else looks
I'm
like
looking
it's,
at their request in here, so it was likely a mistake in my original sheet, because their request in the
line
outside
item
agency-
3015 tourism was 12,269,
69.
didn't carry over to the FY 2027 column in the original.
So in their
maybe that's the
outside
problem.
request book, it's
Yeah.
102,875 is what their total request is, so it's,
So we're good with that.
I don't
just want-
believe
just-
they had the 12,269 in tourism,
Okay. I just want to make sure
if that was maybe a
Which one
grant
we're
or
looking at.
something.
Just
Yeah,
for looking at this one.
which is fine.
right,
I
that's right.
just want to make sure that we're good. If we're good at a 206 increase.
Yep, so yeah, that's what, so we have a $206 increase.
Yeah, without that 12,269.
So everybody in favor of that? Okay. Mm-hmm. 102,875.
Yeah, that's what's in their sheet.
Next, we have legal aid. So a lot of these are on this other sheet, so, legal aid, looking for, were they level funded as well this year? So level
Yes.
funding for this year at 85.
Legal aid, led with, and Healthy Harvest were all level funding.
Any discussion on any of those individually or all of them? I think there's value, I think we all know there's value in all of those. No increase over the previous year. We're okay with funding, level funding as requested?
I'm good.
Thumbs up?
I'm good.
Good enough. All right.
All right, and that's for everyone?
For legal
Or
aid,
just legal
Level
aid?
Lewis and Healthy Harvest
Okay.
rebate.
Okay. Making sure I'm tracking with you.
Yep. The Haven in Richmond requested an increase of $495.
I see two thumbs.
Everybody good? Yep. Okay, all right. CASA, also level funding. Board's good. Bay Consortium Workforce Development, a decrease to $24.
Just for humor, give them the 24 bucks.
They don't want it. They don't want it.
Okay, they don't have to
Then you
have
give
it.
everybody 24. You give one person 24, you gotta get everybody 24.
Fair enough, cut them 24 bucks.
Is their request.
That's two Happy Meals.
So the Daw Theater, they had an increase of $18,718 from fiscal year 2026. The Daw, the previous year, previous years, we've given $3,000 each year. So, as a board, I would ask, do we want to fund the level funding at $3,000, the maximum request of the 18,000?
The 21,718.
Yeah, 21,718, or something in between.
I will again say, again, great, would be great to have the Dahl Theater, it would be great, this, that, and the other, but again, this benefits the town. If I understand correctly from the presentation, they've asked for an equal amount from the town, and I would like to see this request come back maybe later. We'll see what the town gives and how they feel about it, but I would support a $3,000 as where we are, and then we can deal with you know, see what develops later on with this request. Again, great thing. I'd love to be able to, but considering our tight budget this year, we've got to see what the town's doing as well.
Yeah, this is another, not that I don't have anything against the dollar or what it could be or what we could do with it, but, you know, a lot of, you know, what we're talking about is operational dollars for the county, you know, the monies that would come in and out each year. This is more like, you know, this, in my mind, the funding to get this stuff started is more capital investments than it is operational funding. So any request that comes to that should be in our minds, we should be looking at, you know, do we apply capital to it, not operational dollars. That's the way I look at this. I'm not opposed to the $3,000 contribution. And then other things get requested. If there's additional capital requests that need to come back before this board later, then we can look at our capital, you know, budget, and we can look, see where our policies are at and how things apply.
We all know this is gonna be a multi-million-dollar project, and, it'll take some grants and everything else to make all this work. We would love to see the arts, enhanced in Essex. The DAW would certainly be a big piece of that. But, yeah, I agree with you. I think these, it's gonna have to be coordinated with exactly what it's gonna take for these startup costs and what the town's gonna do. Some of these things, it may benefit us to have a, dare I say, subcommittee working with the town on some of these projects, I think. I mean, we could explore that idea.
I think Rob really makes a good point, that where it's town-centered, you know, they should be more operational, as well as capital. And then us looking at capital expenses. I think that's a good idea.
I just wanna know, do we have to sit here and say yay right now? I mean, I know it helps with the budget, but if we're gonna see what the town's gonna do, why do we say yes now and then might be stuck holding the bag, you know what I'm saying? Or just our donation, just go and then they just suffer without whatever the town does. Is that what you're looking to do?
That's kind of how do we balance our budget? How do we, you know, the idea is that we're not gonna have a lot of, you know, any extra funding because we're trying to utilize and spread the tax dollars as evenly as we can.
Right.
So that's kind of our exercise, to come back and say, we're trying to help out as many people as we
Right.
can, but sometimes, but that's a great point, because we don't know what's gonna come back. That's
Right.
why I have an application process or some type of formal process to fill out. You could ask some of those questions
Right, that's,
in there.
You also don't want to work yourself into a situation where, in good faith, you want to see what another locality is doing, and then you put yourself in a position of matching what they want to do, and it's far more than what you're able to do financially from the county.
I understand that part. but-
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering, okay, I'm with it, good.
It is a discussion we have every year because
Yeah.
the town and the county are not, I mean, the budget is the same year, but they do their budget at different times than we do ours.
And I think the town does fund historically the Daw Theater
They do.
a lot more than what the county does.
And they should.
And in the
And-
past,
and
Logical sense.
rightfully so.
and in the past, we've asked them to do a joint, like, work session with the council and the board, and they've declined the
Yeah,
invitation.
but we could always ask again, right?
That's right, we
But-
can ask again, but we have made that effort,
Yeah.
Mr. Henry.
So
In the long term, is the DAW supposed to be a self-sufficient thing, or are we gonna continue to give it money 15 years from now?
you would hope to be
Yes,
self-sufficient.
That's a
the
good,
idea.
That's
that's
my
a good question.
It's privately
I mean,
owned.
you look at surrounding localities like Ashland, I think their theater is probably self-sufficient. But it took a long time getting there.
Right.
I wonder too if the Daw Theater has reached out to the Middle Peninsula Planning District Commission. They have a grant writer there.
Yeah, Clara
I
Vaughn.
know that we are, and the town funds, I mean, through our contribution to them, are they utilizing those grant writers that are available? I have no idea.
And once they get it finished, are they actually gonna bring stuff that's gonna make them feasible to make money, make revenue, get their revenue back started, you know? You gotta think about that, that's the.
Even if they generate enough money just to keep them going.
Yeah,
That would be a great
Keep the
start.
lights on, you know what I'm
It's
saying?
a- It's a tremendous effort, some question.
Yeah, but
Well, I'm sure they have the nonprofit status at this point.
Yeah, they do.
So, I mean, they'll operate that kind of differently, so they're, yeah, really not, it's not designed to make a profit, it's just not designed to lose any money.
Exactly.
My question was answered. I'm with the 3,000.
Yeah.
Everybody good with the 3,000 for now?
Before we move on, I wanted to go back, if I may, if that's okay.
Yep.
On the EDA for the two new guys, I was shaking my head at the 102, hoping you would approve 100,000, because you might not be aware, we have an agreement through an ordinance that they will get half of our short-term rental tax that's been collected. So they will get additional funding this year and next year. That number's never known. After we close out the books, we'll see what it is, and then we cut them a check. So they do have another built-in funding source from the county already. So, just wanted to put that on the table.
What amount was last year?
I don't remember. We can pull it up for you
I don't
after
think it was
lunch.
big. It
It's not big, but it would cover that,
was right, that difference.
$2,875 for sure, so.
It really
Looking
up-
for cleaner books.
Yeah, it was really up to the pleasure of the board.
I thought that that money, they were gonna plow into that tourism, so I was wondering if that was the reason why that got taken out of the request.
And I think when we started scrutinizing the line items, they rolled them into very generic pots. So, and they've also been getting more grants, so tourism grants, Virginia grants, park grants. So we've lended a lot of help internally with Carlos and our grant writer to assist them. So that tourism line, we had matched a grant with a Virginia Go Tourism.
Well, when we left the Main Street, I know that we, as a board, decided to support our EDA because
Yep.
it directly affects us. So,
That's right.
I'm comfortable with the two for now, but whatever the pleasure of the board.
What we have to watch is our EDA funding Main Street as a pass-through.
Also
That-
true.
That defeats the purpose. So
That's a very valid point.
Right.
That's what we have to watch, while we think we need some more detailed information on financials and things to ensure that.
Fair comment.
And that's true
Very-
with any organization.
very
Yeah,
fair
If
comment.
it's getting passed through, that could be problematic. I'm okay at the 100, or at the 100 number, I'm okay either way. I agree, there's other funding that comes in for them, there's other strategies.
Right, and we have a whole nother list, so that's just a shy of 3,000, which is some other agencies, that's all they're asking for, so
And
give
the
it a little
reality is,
flexibility.
I think our EDA is gonna be back with other, like, capital
They
type
have said
requests
that
and
they
other
will be,
things.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
any thoughts, board, per April's request, you wanna take it to 100, or you leave it at the 102,875?
I said go to 100 with April.
Board members?
Cleaner books, they'll end up coming to get money.
All right, we'll make that change.
Thank you.
It's a valid point.
We've got enough numbers.
I can't argue with valid points.
Thank you, John.
Chris is feverishly writing that down.
It seems like a small number, but if you got down to the crunch, that might be the difference between Little League or fireworks. So you'd always circle back and reallocate it later if you
get it.
wanted, but.
Artist Guild, asking an increase of $6,000, over last year. We had provided, $3,000 previously. I know a lot of the requests came with, I think, expanding the facility and is that correct?
I'm going to ask that you do not increase the funding because my office personally has spent already over $10,000 in legal fees to assist them with grants that this board has approved to help them with. So you can do so, but we're not even done yet, and that's on one grant. So there are in-kind services that are provided that help them far greater than a few thousand here. And plus, we've committed my time, Carlos's time, for the next year on that project, and it's all centered in the town. So,
And the county's done that for the museum as well.
yes, we
I mean,
have.
so
And
that's
they're very
the-
grateful.
Yes, that's a great.
That is a
that is
a
another
differing
great
point there, but they're very grateful for the help.
And again, I don't see us using our operational dollars to improve, the capital improvements to another organization. I mean, that should be just a separate request.
But it was my understanding that that $6,000 was to help them match these grants.
So there's from what Paige contacted me about was they would request 4,500 from us, but the other 4,500 is a matching grant from the state.
That's, okay.
But the caveat to that is the grant needs to be applied for by April 1st.
And they need to do that with the town, because I will tell you, my experience, and I have nothing against that, they've been very ungrateful and not appreciative of all the work that we've done on the grant currently. And that's all a town project that we kind of got looped into. So if it's a new grant that's just for the town, they should ask the town to sponsor that grant,
It was also
in my personal opinion.
My understanding was that they were able to apply for a grant from the county side and from the town side, and the town's supposed to match that one, and they're asking us to match that other one. That's the way I understood it.
That's the way she explained it to me as well.
As well, so this is kind of separate. So I only bring up the facts, and the board can decide. So that was only 4,500.
Correct, so it would be,
What would the other 1,500 be for?
the 1,500 would, I mean, it was just to increase your donation, my understanding again, to increase your donation from 3,000 to 4,500, so then they could get the matching grant for 4,500,
Give them 3,000.
which would total the 9,000, since the grant would come through us.
Give them 0.
Now, like I said, the only caveat being that that grant is separate from the town grant.
And we're
So-
currently holding a high-risk grant for $100,000 for the same agency. I just want you to be
Okay, I
aware
didn't know
of the risk that we've been under with that grant.
So why are we giving them anything
But
if we don't know?
it's a pleasure of the board. Just wanted you to be up to speed on what's going on with the other grant.
So if you did, and if you did decide to fund that 4,500 so that they could apply for that grant, for the matching 45, again, that grant has to be applied for tomorrow.
And you know that for a fact.
That was in the documentation she provided me, and my previous locality, we did the same thing for the town there.
Well, the reality is we won't have this budget approved by then anyway, so it's kind of a moot point.
You know, so, cause that means they would have to have it done today and with their finger on the send button as soon as we finish.
And we haven't approved anything
No.
yet
Right.
officially, so. we
Like,
don't-
you
we
would
don't
have to commit to that funding
Yeah, so-
now.
Yeah, we'd have to
No.
commit to it out of this year's budget, not next year's budget.
That's right.
So, yeah,
I say we stick with the 3.
I'm good with, even at the 4,500, if that's what we're looking for, it's more than half of that amount, to come up with.
Matter what,
Well, I was only gonna look at the 4,500 and just do that.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, but again, if we approve it, it's not gonna apply now anyway.
Right.
Now, we can approve it out of this year's budget if we wanna go into reserves and do that, but we can't
Yeah, you
approve
could
it
do
for next
that.
year. Cause it'd be a this year expense,
I'm okay with that too, so.
but that'd be separate from our budget here, that'd be a request for our current year.
At the April meeting.
but they still ain't gonna make the deadline.
And then,
That's the
right.
problem.
They won't make the
Well,
deadline.
I think they can work with if they know that was coming, that they can work with it. And it has to be from the county. It can't be from donations. That's the other caveat to that grant, if I understand correctly.
But you gotta have everybody tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say we'd separate that out from, we could still take it up today while we're here if we want to, but I would say as we look at the budget for next year, this grant clearly is a next year expense. That would be something separate. And so what would we want to do for next year's budget? I would agree with the 3,
Okay.
not barring anything. I mean, this grant may
Okay.
be available next year too, if we
Good.
know in advance, but I think we take the other requests separately if it's something they need.
Another valid point, yeah. I think that's reasonable.
So we're saying 3.
Yep.
3 in this budget,
3 in this
Yep.
budget.
For upcoming budget. that we're
upcoming
currently
budget, okay.
Right.
No increase at all. That's fine.
3,000.
And then the
And-
question is, do we want to take up the 4,500 as a separate
For this year's budget.
for this year's budget?
Yes, that's what I heard too.
Do we want to do that after?
Would you be, if you took it up for this year's budget, you still wouldn't vote on it until after the grant is due?
We could.
Well, we could work around it. They could make a motion today and we just ratify it in April meeting. if
And
that-
I would just want to make sure that I let her know, so that they,
Yeah.
if you are going to do the 4,500, they don't
Yeah,
miss
we'll-
out on
we'll
those
make a note
funds.
to add that before, after we finish our budget
Yes.
discussions that we get.
Okay.
That would work.
I think that would be appropriate.
And Gina looked up the figure that you asked about, John. The EDA's TOT payout was 11,000. last year.
Okay.
So hopefully it'll be more this year with the 250 and all the
Okay.
celebrations. I hope so.
Okay, and you would think Airbnbs would grow in this county as time goes on as well. So, good.
Thanks, Gina.
Thank you, Gina.
So the next one we have is the Essex Tappahannock Youth Association. That's level funding from of $2,000. Any discussion around that? We funded that the same for, I'm not sure how many years. I think we did increase it from 1,000 at one point to 2,000. I don't know how many years ago that was, but. Any discussion on that? Everybody go with that amount?
How many youth you got in this thing?
I'd have to go back and look. I'm not sure, Joe. Because
How many youth did it do, and by any
Because
number?
But isn't that the prom and all that? That's the high school prom. and
Yeah,
all that
I
stuff.
know that, but I'm just saying.
I don't know how many.
They used it for some, they have it, you know, for different things too. I know they use it
Each
for
year
the
it's doing
prom.
this.
Yeah,
Each year it's going down, so.
everybody, homeschooling taking over the whole state. And that's what we found out Friday,
Yep.
homeschooling killing the state.
Rappahannock River Basin Commission, $1,000, which is level from the previous year.
I would certainly suggest that.
As our rep.
All right. All right, we have, the next two are new. My suggestion is gonna be that we pass on these, this coming year. We kinda got these late, they're new requests. We have similar programs, of these that we already fund. So maybe we take some time and better understand these over the course of the next year, and they can, you know, re-request it the following year. Maybe with some additional documentation and finances that we can actually take a look at. I enjoyed the presentations they had. I thought they were well-run organizations, but, yeah, we can't spread our dollars everywhere. So my recommendation for the guests and the Love Thy Neighbor Food Pantry is that we just pass on these for this coming year. Calvin, Joe, you okay with that?
Good. I just was tripping when, I'm gonna say that, use that word, I was just at a loss because when that lady came and she produced it, that we had people driving from Northumberland, Essex County, all the way to Gloucester to sleep. That kinda hit me hard because that's stupid, because we got all this space here, we got all these abilities to house these people, but we don't do it. That looks bad on us.
So emergency services, I think I read it out at the last meeting or 2 meetings back. They are working with the local day sheltering efforts of the Fix, which is in the Old River Fitness Building. And so they've actually made the request that if you're going to support a day shelter, it not be guest, but the Fix, because it's local and they're already partnering with
Right,
our
but it's
public
going,
safety.
but this is at night, though, so there'll be a night shelter you're talking about too? Okay,
Yes.
'cause
But
this
you
is-
never know what the Fix will be able to develop into if we
Right.
show that that support locally.
Yeah,
Okay.
a lot of that, the struggle that the Fixes has with the facility that they're at is it's within town limits, so they're
Right.
Yeah.
working with town ordinances, not necessarily county.
Right.
Right, because I remember Essex churches together, we had it before. We did it at the church outside, we did it at my church, and it was fine. Then they decided to move it into town, then that's when the problem came. They didn't want them in the town, which doesn't make sense to me. They're still part of this community, you know? So, okay, I agree with that 100%. I mean, but we need to make sure that, my eyes, that this is done as Essex County.
And I'm all about, I always like to keep funding local if we can,
Right.
but if there's better programs that better serves our community, that's what I look at, where
Right.
we get, provide better service at. I just don't know enough about these yet to be new, but I'd feel comfortable
Yeah, that's the first time I heard of that.
not funding our others and funding these instead of our others. I wouldn't recommend right now. Right.
Right.
That's already hurting people that are in need.
So we're okay to pass on these two new ones for this year?
Man.
And then finally, we have the Tappahannock Essex County Chamber of Commerce. I did meet, they are requesting level funding. Met with Greg from 1710. He is the new president of the of Chamber. So I think he's got some ideas. I know I'm gonna sit down with him a couple times and look how we can kind of reinvigorate the chamber and get working with our local businesses and things.
Nice.
two questions on that one. There's no pass-through through our EDA to the chamber, is there?
No.
Not that I'm aware of.
Financial, okay,
I am the treasurer of the chamber, and there's no pass-through to
okay,
the
good
EDA.
enough. That answers that question. I don't know if we're giving any in-kind to, but I'm sure that would be available.
Yeah, we would do whatever we can to support the
Sure.
chamber.
We had talked years ago about maybe giving them an office somewhere they'd asked, but that's been some years ago. I don't know that it's necessarily been needed because we don't have a dedicated staff.
Yeah, there's no, I mean, this is one organization that does not have a paid ED, unlike TAG, unlike the museum and so on, but, and Historic Downtown. But, yeah, you know, the days of having an office, which we did have an office here years ago, most of this stuff is done online now.
That's right.
And, so I don't know if an office, bricks and mortar would work at this point.
But I'm just saying if they need support with GIS or something along that line, or a
Meeting
grant or
space, whatever, yeah.
Whatever, meeting space.
Absolutely.
Last thing would be, can we make a request from the Chamber of Commerce to get some kind of maybe quarterly reports or something? Just, I think, again, when it deals with economic development, I think it behooves them and for the board to be knowledgeable. What are they doing and, you know, what are they accomplishing?
The chamber does report to the EDA on a monthly basis.
Okay,
So.
just
and
copy that, it's fine
and
with
that- And
me.
that should be in the EDA minutes.
I don't wanna make extra work for them, but if they're reporting there,
Yeah.
I'd love to see that report,
Okay.
just to know, because when they make requests, it's nice to know what they've been doing.
So we-
John, you want their report not as written in EDAs, but
That's
you
fine.
want to see it?
Whatever they present to the EDA, is
Okay.
fine. Again, I don't wanna make them
Sometime-
do extra work.
Well, sometimes that will just be in the form of a verbal report. And so it would be added, it would be contained within the minutes of the EDA.
Oh, if it's in the EDA minutes, that's fine too. That's true, that's true. Good enough, that's fine.
Historic Downtown also provides a report to the chamber, some other agencies.
That would be good too.
I mean to the EDA, I'm sorry.
She's calculating.
With, as I say, and the numbers are,
the answer
with those
is?
allocations that you just discussed, that leaves you $41,773.11.
One more again, please.
To the good?
To the good, 41,773.11.
11%. Ain't that good?
So you have 41,000 for capital,
We have 41,000 we didn't have a few minutes ago.
or for the school.
No.
Well, we could, you know, again, you could allocate another portion of dollars to the youth incentive fund if you wanted to do that. We could put that into some other, put it in the school capital, put it in the county capital.
Just leaves you a little room.
It's really, that's up to us to decide how to balance that additional funds out.
I think you put that in school, be on the safe side.
So, board members good with laying out the outside organizations at this point? I think that covers all the requests that we've had up to date. I do expect that we'll see something additional at some point from the volunteer fire department. I know they're looking at the additional truck and some other things, but we haven't got that request yet, so I just bring that up. I expect that we'll see something at some future meeting of a request for assistance there. And with that, we can kind of go back to our capital list.
Yeah.
Or if you guys want to take a break, we can take a quick 10-minute break. Somebody grab a snack, something to drink. Let's take a quick break. Plus the 30,000.
41,773.11.
Kristen and Penny let me know that they have another 30,400 to add for new building construction that people pay when they get their CO. I am not sure what line that has gone in before, so I don't know where to add it. I've asked Penny, so 30,400. So that will be added to revenue as soon as I
And
know
if we
where to
give her
add it.
another 15 minutes, how much could you go?
We're gonna shake all the couch cushions.
I was gonna say, we got 30,400 going once, do I have 35?
Sold.
Penny was not comfortable with 35.
Right.
She did get a donut, so there you
There
go.
you go.
So 72,173, so.
Yeah. All right. So do we want to go back? So, yeah, we were talking a little bit about our options with this. We could set it in knowing that we're gonna have other items coming up, such as things from the schools or maybe other county capital requests, we have the option, we could add this into a contingency line item that's under the Board of Supervisors. That would give us that flexibility for other projects as they come up. We could apply it to some capital, but again, at this point, what I would say with a lot of the capital requests is that we don't have any kind of hard numbers on those yet, and they would have to be approved anyway, once they came for us to spend them, so I don't know that there's anything for us to really act on from a budget purpose for, the capital, although we do have to approve our CIP budget. But that's, again, that's not, necessarily hard and fast, it's just a guideline. And do we still have all those items in our CIP? It's all in our CIP, right?
What's your question?
The CIP, we,
But you pulled out the figures.
right, but,
Yes, yes.
but we have to also approve a CIP budget, so are we approving the CIP budget without those expenses in them? Or are we gonna do a separate?
It has not, you have 900,000, like 906,000 in your CIP.
Yeah.
Right now, of what we've either identified with bids, with actual cost, or what is traditionally allocated to somebody.
And that didn't include any CIP for the school though, correct?
Correct.
No, and no CIP for the school.
Because we haven't got that.
No request for it.
That's correct.
So it's the only things that we have committed for and we, have a firm fixed pricing. Unless you all feel you need to add, we're gonna add something else, we just don't know the prices for them. I just assume wait till they get here, we see what the cost is gonna be, and then we decide how we fund it.
Agreed.
Okay, so right now, as it stands, if we go by what we recommended today, we will have 0 coming out of our unassigned fund balance,
That's right.
with what's committed.
Which is very good.
That is very good. That might be the first year that's happened. It's not over yet.
Yeah, I would make that point, it's not over.
Right.
Yeah, not by
I think some
far.
of these requests will come later.
Right.
And there'll be, the sense of urgency will be great at that point.
I'm like the hell on fire.
But fortunately, not spending into any of it, we have full flexibility to use that fund as those requests come up. They're not tied to our operating budget. Did we want to go over some of the other changes, highlights that you and April went through? Do you guys want to go through those?
I don't know that I remember all of them.
Well, I'm just thinking of high level, how you guys went through, the process you went through to bring the budget down lower.
I do have some individual questions
That's
that
fine.
may
We'll go
cover
through
some of
those. May
that
cover
as
that.
well.
Did we
so.
decide where you want to stick the other money yet?
I think right now, we're kind of agree with contingency under the Board of Supervisors.
So do you want it in your regular budget, or do you want it as a part of like Board of Supervisors, CIP, discretionary or holding? Are you're marking it to CIP or just wherever?
I think general funds.
Yeah, general
That-
funds.
That way
Okay.
we have the option to flex it back.
Gotcha.
if
Well,
we
because
need.
if
We can
the-
always flex it back.
That's right.
If it doesn't get used, it would automatically go back to unassigned fund balance anyway.
That's
True.
right.
But
So you currently have 2,500 in your budget for contingency fund, and I'll just add it
That's
to
right.
that line.
Yeah.
Okay? Mr. Magruder, you had questions?
Yeah, I'd be remiss if I did not bring about legal services. It's a tradition.
Yes, it is.
If you guys want to follow in your book, if you've got your book, it's not anything that Nita had added to your paperwork, but if you want to look, it's 12,200. We have 2 lines. We have professional services, special counsel and litigation, with all the lawsuits, with all the other issues that we deal with. That's a separate item, which is fine. But just our general professional services continue to rise, so, and justified, don't get me wrong, with a lot of the grant stuff that we've had to go through legal, et cetera, and some other things that we've had, it's all justified. Max is not here to hear this, but anyway, but just, we need as a board to keep an eye on our legal services that we use. So, calling the lawyer to ask for advice for whatever, or this, that, and the other, please go through our county administrator first, and then, but we can look at some options maybe going forward in the future, but no, it's not a budget item thing. I just call it to your attention.
I'd like to also, thank you for that, but I'd also like to call it to your attention that, since I've been in this role, you see that we've actually expended less this year than you have in previous years, because there's been a different approach to legal and how to utilize it. So in previous administrations, you'd go to county legal for everything. They weren't really fully utilizing, it's no criticism to anybody, just saying that practice was to use your county legal for all needs. We leverage our insurance quite a bit, where we're just paying a deductible. And we also have a good relationship with the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, who provides us support. So I don't think that you'll see this high of a number going forward. I think it's a good news scenario. It's still high, John, but
It
it's,
is.
but it's less than it has been.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I really do. So, but it's
Yeah.
just something that we as a board also have to mind ourselves. that,
Absolutely.
Please go through your county administrator.
That's right.
Well, and it may be-
And if she says yes, call the lawyer, that's good.
well, at some
It's
point-
just we need a gatekeeper.
But at some point, we may need to bring in our own legal counsel.
Could be.
I mean, you start looking at the numbers, and at some
That's
point,
right.
it may just make sense for general counsel type stuff. that you
General
have-
counsel stuff.
You have internal, and you use the heavy hitters for any type of litigation.
Some counties do that already, yeah.
And that's okay to do.
That's
We-
something that I brought up since I was the assistant county administrator, that we should have in-house legal. But you have so many pending or at the end of the road items that are being handled with your current firm, it wouldn't make sense to do that now.
And also, if you're not pleased with your current firm, but I think the general sentiment is we're pleased with the work our firm is doing right now.
Our council team is great.
Yes,
Yeah.
I totally
So,
agree with that.
yeah, our team's amazing.
And we want to continue with that, I get that. But
Yeah.
for some general things, it might be better to go out for some advice that doesn't have to be at that expertise level.
Well,
don't
what's
need it.
good too is if there's legal issues that are not emergencies, I can keep a running tally, which is what I do, because they bill in 15-minute increments. And I'll say, you got time to talk, and I go through each one of my bullet points while he's on the phone. And then if it's 16 minutes, I come up with a couple other things to burn it down to 29 minutes. So,
Yeah, because when they pick the phone up, they're on the clock. So
that's right. So if you ask them one question and it's 2 minutes, you're going to pay for 15 minutes. So that's usually my approach. Keep tally.
And again, I'll since Kristen's here, I'll use the Commissioner of Revenue's office as an example. They actually reduced their budget, and we appreciate that. So just mind you, and I know some departments can't, and that's fine, but I think our departments do an exceptional job of minding the pennies of our constituents. The big thing that I was looking through in a lot of this is go to 2500, which is the sheriff's court security. Turn to that page. We have quite a few large increases at the sheriff's office, and they break theirs up by different categories as well, law enforcement, court security, et cetera, but we have a very large increase request for part-time salaries in there. So, as far as I know, and let me check real quickly, we've got the department budget the same, no changes there.
So the sheriff and I worked on it, the part-time salaries or part-time wages include 7, it includes 8 part-time deputies. 7 of those are filled, or part-time security. And it also estimates 1,300 hours for the year for them. So that equates to approximately, move this over, 25 hours a week for all 52 weeks. So it's an average. knowing that some will have more, some will have less, and they earn a different hourly rate, but that's what the cost is based upon.
And I don't know the guidance that these part-time people get. Do they all have to show up at 06:30 to open up the door? Can one do that? Then the others come at 8:30 before court? I mean, just things like that, folks. I just, because not only do you have the part-time salary, but you got to match Social Security, you got to match Medicare. There are additional costs that not only go with just the salary, that I think that there can be a better control or tightening of that, because, yes, we need to provide court security. Judge, please don't take me wrong here. But I don't think that, I think that is the highest cost that we're looking at, and I don't think that's accurate.
Nita, do you remember if the sheriff included the increased work requirements of the courts in his comp board request to see if they were funding any additional people?
do not
Because I know they
that.
turned in their numbers
Correct,
to
correct.
get their
I
allocation
don't
from the
recall,
comp
I
board.
know that we had asked for that. I don't recall that we received it.
Is quite a lot of hours, and that one really jumped out at me at 102,000, so,
We did remove the, he had put in for overtime, and so we removed the overtime.
Removed that.
Since you're an hourly wage employee, you shouldn't be working so many hours that you get overtime.
Do you have the FY '26 budget, do you have how many deputies that number included?
I do not. I didn't have a personnel breakdown from last year of when it was budgeted.
Okay. Because it looks like we're probably on track to, I mean, that budget, we're probably on track for budget for '26, and maybe a little bit over. But, no, it might actually be less, but, because we're already, this is as of,
This was as of,
expended to date is as of what?
it was as of around March 1st.
Okay, March 1st. So we've got 3 months left in the, 4 months left in the year. So,
And again, it does also, I mean, approximately 32,000 of that is for a vacant position.
right, so
Which
I
may not
was
be
just wondering
filled.
if it was apples to apples. on-
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have that personnel breakdown of what that
Okay.
165 was based upon.
Fair enough.
So, did I get?
Do you want us to try to get that number while we're here?
I would like to see it. It's such a significant number increase.
It is a high amount based on where we're tracking right now.
It seems out of whack to me.
Even with additional
It's signi-
days.
So it's not apples to apples compared to last year. It shouldn't be anyway.
Well, and you're gonna get to a point that, do you have a part-time or do you go full-time? If you're having to make that kind of increase, I mean, do you,
Well, yeah.
Gina can call over and tell her exactly.
What do you want, Ronnie, again?
The number of employees that were in the part-time salary category for FY '26.
For court security.
Well, on that, as long as you keep them part-time, you don't have to provide benefits, correct?
except for, yeah.
I mean, versus
Well, up to a
full-time.
certain amount, I think it's up to a certain amount.
Yeah.
Up to 1,500 hours.
Yeah, as long as it's, what is it, part-time considered 27,
1,500 hours from May 1st to April 30th,
for a year,
for a year, yeah.
so you
It's
break
just
that
an odd
down to
year.
what?
Another question, I know we keep going back to this, but since the Commonwealth's attorney has sent a letter to the town asking for support for all those cases, and they provide probably 50% or more of the cases in the court, does the town participate in any kind of way with the security?
No.
Financially?
No,
I
and
think
it's
that's
at
wrong.
85-15.
Oh, okay. I think that's wrong. I mean, if they have all these cases in the court, they either contribute deputies or officers or contribute financially.
And we've dealt with that with dispatch has been another,
Yeah.
this time it was for the Commonwealth Attorney. Unfortunately, we've had to kind of fund those issues, but you're right, I mean, it's not an equal distribution of.
There's not, I mean, I know the town pays taxes to the county as well, but, I mean, how far can you spread that out?
Right.
Well, and it's not that they haven't asked. I've gone to the town council meetings to support the sheriff when he asked for the funding on the dispatcher, because they provide not just for calls, but after hours. So Public Works, non-emergency, you call the county, and they denied the sheriff's request. So he did ask, this for the dispatcher, so I'm not sure how you change that approach or that culture of partnering with us, but we do try.
I will add to Supervisor Hale's comment that the town does pay county taxes as well as town taxes, but county people also pay town taxes through your restaurant tax.
And they
So-
also collect personal property tax.
Yes, so there are things, so we both jointly pay to each other, so just be that known, because I've heard many times that the town people pay twice, but we do too, so, anyway, for
And
the
this
record.
this 2% increase I see over there, that's on the,
It was actually removed, that the 2% increase it refers to is to the requested of what the
Okay.
sheriff had requested. So we removed the increase, and the
Oh.
number that's in the current budget, in the proposed, is what the actual wages are right now.
okay,
That's,
because I was gonna ask you, was that
Can we
an
take-
annual 2% increase for, per person or just?
What could greatly, and I could certainly work with the sheriff on it, is the number of hours that we have estimated per week for everyone. So if you reduced them to 20 hours a week from the 25 hours, I mean, that would obviously drop it all. So it's just,
But-
I can certainly work with him on that.
But the court cases have increased according to everything we heard, so that's gonna depict why the hours went up, probably, right there.
That, in his mind, yes, that's,
Yeah.
that was his justification for it. There are, being that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 positions, I mean, you could certainly rotate them so that they're working an average of 16, 20 hours a week. I don't know how many hours they need to be there at the courthouse.
I
You know,
think-
if there's a court case versus if it's a non-court day and there's not as much traffic, so that's
Didn't you get-
completely
didn't-
his experience.
To my point, I think that number will need to increase, but I don't think the increase needs to be as much as
Quite
he's
as much.
requesting.
But then, because that dude said at the door right there, he'd deputy dog there every day.
I understand.
Yes, obviously, somebody needs to be there, but how many? Or how many, hours for each one? So it's something that we can look at with the sheriff again.
I would. Can we jump back one to 2,400, which is just one page before that? We have a $60,000 increase in salary and wages. Is that for a new position?
That was, that is actually money, it's not a new position, it's the same positions. My understanding was that this 306 is what we do actually receive from the comp board. That was not accurately reflected in last year's.
yeah, I think we had a couple that were like that what was budgeted wasn't the actual, what was received.
Of what's received
So
or
the
where
new
we,
the new numbers reflect the actual amounts.
Okay, so in other words, there is a position there that doesn't have comp board reimbursement, and that's why the increase of 60, is that the way I'm understanding it?
No.
Okay.
I think it was misstated as $60,000 lower in our previous budget.
and she had spoken to you, I believe, about one of the, let me pull up my little, the clerk, circuit court. Let me go up.
Again, I'm not questioning, I'm just trying to understand
No.
it.
So she does have a vacant position in the comp board funds,
Okay,
That's right, she does.
but it is comp board money that's
Okay.
reflected in there.
okay.
The position is vacant, so if she wanted to hire, it would be in there, and that's also reflected on the revenue side from the comp board.
Okay.
And maybe that's what it was, that we didn't, since the position was open, it wasn't captured in that
Okay.
before.
So it may not be realized, but if she does decide she needs to utilize it, she
Right.
has comp board funding for it.
Okay. All right. Is that the same thing that happened in the Commonwealth attorneys? That's 2,700? That's a $41,000 increase?
I think that's for the additional.
That's the body
position.
cam, isn't it?
No, I think, I'll have to pull the sheet, but I thought that had to do with the grant position that they wanted to make full-time in December.
what I see here is the body cam attorney is by the justification. And if they're,
There was an increase for that.
But the body cam increase
twenty-seven
is,
hundred,
the body cam increase from my recollection is, a entry-level salary of an assistant Commonwealth attorney, which was like 77 or 78,000.
Yeah.
That it, because they already have an assistant Commonwealth attorney, they were going to split
That money.
the allocation that the board funds between the Commonwealth attorney and the assistant Commonwealth attorney. One's reviewing body cam for the town, and one's reviewing body cam for the county.
What else he buy the
Again, I'm just
If my
trying to
memory, if my,
understand.
Yes.
if my memory serves correctly, that's how that went.
Well, this says the supplement for, current prosecutors, so that would be correct.
The 40?
Yeah, it's a supplement for those that are reviewing body cam. That's what this says.
Yeah, that would have notes is.
Okay, but if, the additional thing, so if you look at what he made before, here, that's the 70-some thousand. This 41, I don't know what that's coming from, because it's actually 70, it's on, right under 80,000. You have all the materials from his office?
I did.
Sorry to be detail-oriented, but.
No, I'm going on my memory because I had a meeting
Sure,
with him
and it's a
about
lot for
this.
you guys to remember. I'm
To,
just trying to understand.
The 41 come from the fiscal
I'm
year
just wondering if,
adjusted,
well,
but
I'm almost wondering if the only, we just got requested the 41 because he was looking to get the half covered by the town.
It's possible.
I'm thinking
But
that's what it is,
I-
'cause
I know
remember
he's
the
asked them for
$80,000 number.
It's 80,000, I know
Yeah.
that for
But
sure.
this is half of that, and I think it may be because the other half was being requested from the
Right,
town.
and he was denied, but I thought,
So the question then that I would think of is at this point, this is something that he could come back to us later if he gets the half position from the town?
I don't think that you can, because it's, I'll pull the statute, but it's a unfunded mandate, a requirement
I
that the
understand that.
county provided. Let me see if I have that.
And we can leave it there, I just trying to understand it.
Well, I mean, you could keep, again, it was requested 41, I would stick with 41, even if the number is 80-something, if it wasn't received by the town. But this is asking for an ACA position or a supplement for current prosecutors to do that same function. So they should be able to work that out departmentally, how that, either the current ones that are already doing it, get a bump as a supplemental for doing that responsibility, or they hire somebody to do it if they can get. I just don't know how that works in the comp board if they don't get the full match. I don't think that matters in the comp board's just gonna submit what they're gonna submit.
Yeah, the comp board is separate from that additional person that the statute
Right.
was mandating.
Remind me of the frequency of the money received from the comp board. Is that monthly?
It is.
I just don't want that money to not be used for what it's supposed to be used for, and, because once it gets in that budget, it can be moved, so it just, and I'd rather put it in there if it's a done deal and needed, but if it's not, then, but if it's okay, I'll take guidance from my financial people and my county administrator. Are we good with it? I mean, I'm just asking.
Is House Bill
see
601.
this, me, no problem asking me.
I mean, we can advertise it here and adjust it later, right? We can always go down, right?
Well, this is what's
We
been.
can't go up. It's
This
hard to go.
this has been submitted, so this is what's been advertised. It was advertised
Yeah.
last Friday.
Yes,
so-
it's already
That's fine.
advertised. yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
So we can always, shave stuff down, should we choose to do so.
Okay.
And we still have time before we take up, our vote on it. But-
I just,
See, what I want to make sure is that the full position is reflected in their budget to adopt, because if the town does decide to fund it, it would reimburse the county for that portion that he's trying to get them to
This
fund.
reflected the full amount that he requested.
And I think that was the 80,
And it, I'm trying to find.
or 79
his-
some change. 77 something.
Did you-
I
did
think it was
you
like
find
77 and some change was what it was.
I mean, that's something to look into later. I mean, I'm fine with that. I'm just calling the attention to it. Is that fair enough?
77,976?
Yeah,
Does that sound right?
that's it, 77.
I don't want to,
Well, we're here finding numbers, want to fix it real time if it's not correct.
Yeah, definitely.
All
So, yeah, it was 77,976.
Did I read in his letter correctly that the town was obligated by statute to pay for that?
No,
No, they're not.
no. The locality,
The
so they
locality,
have
okay.
different legal interpretations of what constitutes a locality. But at the end of the day, the locality is the county. The town is unincorporated, and it sits within our county. It's a service that he provides for a Commonwealth at large. So the position has to be fully funded from us to cover that work, unfunded mandates. His discretion is what will he or will he not enforce from his office based on their partnership. And he was refused from the council and from the town manager, and so he said that I'm not going to do extra work that you're not paying for. I'm gonna concentrate on the county and their needs and the community for violent crimes and other required legal matters to statute. But he's not gonna not do anything that would cause harm to the community. But right now, he does free trainings for their officers, goes to court with them for all their cases. And so it's a little egregious not to support their office from the town, because it is the lion's share of the work that they're doing.
In a perfect world, which I don't know that happened or didn't happen, but what happened is when either the town or the county decided they wanted to institute body cam footage, then all the parties should have got together to say, what's gonna be the requirements when we institute this body cam footage, how much is gonna have to be reviewed,
Right.
how much time that's gonna take?
Yeah, they should,
And I think decisions have been made without that communication, which is kind of where we got where we're at.
that's right.
And that does include 100% of it. I just
Okay,
found,
good.
I
Thank
found
you
his
for that.
document and added them all up and make sure
I
it
don't want to
matched
be in
what I had there.
violation of that requirement,
No.
sir. Thank you.
So it is the full.
It is the full
Yeah.
amount. So if the town does kick in money, it'll come back to us.
It'll come back to us, right. Okay, that was my latest understanding.
Yes.
Thanks for checking
thank
that.
you for answering that. Going back to 3100, we talked about the salaries. Or this is for law enforcement now. There's $29,000 increase. And then there's also the part-time. If they're gonna move the SRO to the part-time line, isn't the SRO going to be grant-funded or possibly grant-funded?
We are hopeful that we will receive that grant,
Right.
Okay. Okay. And that would take.
and that would offset the
offset
SRO
that.
cost.
Okay, good. Good there.
Right now, that cost is in his budget, but the revenue is not reflected in the revenue side since we haven't received approval.
But it could come back to us, so.
And that may be something else we have to look at as well. Yeah, but we've been fortunate enough to get these grants, which has been great, when we get it. But should we not get it, that's an extra cost. Should that onus be on the school system for the SRO, either in private contract or through local sheriff's office? Not making a decision one way or the other, but something we should discuss as to where that onus falls.
But I totally agree with you, but I just question whether the fact that once we put it into the budget, and the new grant doesn't come through, what do you do then?
Oh, right.
You know? But if you don't put it in the budget and then fund it later based on whether you get the grant or don't get the grant, I see,
Well,
which
we-
one,
we
cart
have-
before the horse?
Yeah, we have a lot of costs, I know this is just taking a small part out of this, but we look at the SRO position, there's a lot of costs that's currently associated with that. I mean, the staffing, they'll have take-home vehicles, however, there's, as far as I know, that if there's this issue on scene that, a deputy's calling out, the SRO is not locking people up and transporting, so that's gotta be a deputy calling out, so there's expenses I think we need to look at as it revolves around the school resource officer and school safety. I'm not saying I have the right answer, I'm just saying there's a bigger piece that I think we need to look at and understand. Are there advantages that the schools may be able to get other grants if they are able to, have that school security type program? I don't know. Are we missing grants because we offer it, the schools aren't looking for it, but there are grants that are there that would take care of that? Again, I don't know.
I don't know. Okay.
The salary line does also include a vacant position as well.
Okay. Jumping over to 33,100.
there's an $81,000 increase in salary and wages for dispatch. The justification is update salaries to current, okay? And then is increase in moving part-time to full-time. But then it says proposed is level funding with updated salaries.
So we did move, the sheriff had requested moving a part-time to full-time with the anticipated retirement of someone. We did move that back to part-time after checking the status of delivering everything. So the number reflected is with that position at part-time,
The 81,000 reflects that as a part-time.
yes.
What is the part about proposed is level funding? Is that just means moving the part-time up to full-time and no longer having that full-time person there? Is that his justification for level funding?
It
'Cause
was,
then sorry to interrupt, but just when you look at all the additional cost of medical plans and retirement and et cetera, there's no, it's not level, it's not even. So I'm confused.
I do, but it was with that 2% that he was initially requesting that's in the requested column.
Okay.
We did remove that 2%, and I believe this was one of the departments that I found where the current salaries were not accurately reflected.
Okay.
I contacted Sheriff Holmes, and he's on his way. I wanted him to come answer questions about those part-time and court security requirements for the
Okay.
board. So you have a better information for your budget session.
I think you've answered my question on the refuge disposal.
Yes.
Jumping down to 43,200. General properties. There is a $65,000 increase in salary and wages.
That was. So that includes 6 full-time people. I don't know that there were that many in the budget last year, that maybe they were moved from somewhere else. I'm sorry, I don't have the history. We had added people in for for adding positions, but then we took them back out, so I think that,
Added 3 full-time.
so the number that's in there reflects the current staff at their current salaries. The
There were
comment
s-
might not have been updated.
Well, there were some movements because our previous general properties in building and zoning were commingled, where they were using inspectors as also general property staff with our previous building officials. So now those are delineated.
Okay. That makes sense. And then I noticed too, explain the grass cutting stuff. Things got moved around. I'm just trying to put this in my head.
The guys are gonna start cutting the grass again.
Right. So where we were contracting it out, we're not doing that anymore, and therefore, okay. So, all right. So I don't know if that means increase in equipment or whatever, you know, in the first year. Are we good? You think we? I just want to make sure they've got what they need. I mean, after what I saw they did with the snow and all that kind of stuff, these guys need the right tools. I just want to make sure they got the right tools.
We got 6 goats. We're gonna move
Hey,
them around.
If it works, I'm happy with 6 goats.
They got six people, give them 6 sling blades.
And then for general properties, we also added all of the fuel there that was individually in previous budgets, previous departments. So we've consolidated all the fuel cost under general properties.
April already kind of answered this, but just for the board, under 43,400, there's a communication grant of $350,000 that will be coming back to us, so that's great news there, so. 43,600, printer overcharges of 74,000. I didn't know if, again, I'm okay with the budget from the standpoint, it's just, again, something that we might need to
come up with either a policy or we need to talk to these companies or whatever to try to deal with that. It's just,
Yeah, when this came up, we already have it on the list to reshop that.
okay.
In 2026, you
Perfect.
shouldn't be paying for the toner and to print it onto the paper. That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
And that
Thank you
costs-
for that.
Yeah, it's
Sorry.
ridiculous.
That 211 also reflects additional service contracts.
And contracts
Such,
too. Yeah,
such
yeah,
as
yeah,
there's
yeah,
the
yeah. I should-
Eagle one that does
Yeah, I should have mentioned
Yeah.
that as well. It's not just over.
it's not just the printers. no.
Correct, but good. I'm glad, April, you're on top of that. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Um,
Thank you for coming over, Ani. Thank you.
we can go back and I can stop there and since he's here, I don't wanna waste any more his valuable time, so I can hit these other ones in a minute. And I think I'm almost done anyway, so, cause I think we answered a lot of them under, the other work we did this morning on the individual outside requests and all that. So,
So your question, John, was on
It was part,
Court security.
Court
Court
security.
Court
security.
security, it's just,
They
that-
had a question. Thank you for coming over. It wasn't planned, but you're
You
the
can
expert
come
on what
share
you're
if you
asking
want.
for.
I've got the-
I just was doing 9 gun permits, somebody went to sell weapons.
So that's the court security.
They're just reviewing budget overall, and they had questions about court security, part-time staff, and the hours as reflected in the budget. I think it was John and Ronnie, so if you don't mind,
Okay,
thank you for
I'll do
coming
the
over.
best I can.
just that it's such a large increase of 102, and we understand that there's more need, and I'm not questioning the more need part of it. It's just that, when you look at the actuals at 105 in 2025, and what we've expended so far is 94,661, and, you know, 3/4 of a year right now, we're not gonna be anywhere near, and I just, unless that's a lot more hours, and you know, there must be 50 more people to add. Basically, what we're looking at is probably, another, really, from what you actually spent, it just seems to me that we're gonna be adding another $140,000, and I just think it's very high and needs to be tightened up some. Again, I have no problem that you're gonna, the judge needs more court security. I get that, more days, I get that. But I just think that, the amount is just so large.
And we knew that going in, but,
So we had those folks estimated at 1,300 hours for the year for each one of them.
right. Now, she's been removed, she's full-time now. She's not court security anymore,
Okay. I was not made aware.
all right? We got one, court security guy who just got put on in a full-time spot road position. And that one was Heidi Neves, and she was at 32.5 for court security. And that was the one that April and I had discussed of putting her, because the judge wanted, someone at the door at the general district court, like they have at the circuit court. So that's why she was at that 32.5.
So she can come off of here?
She can come off, but you're still leaving that position open that the judge is requesting. And I don't know if y'all got the letter or not.
No, we
The ju-
didn't.
All right, okay, Judge Martin.
But the background on that was, previously, we had made an agreement to swap a deputy to go to the animal shelter, so we were
Right.
holding a position that, staff person was not able to return. And so instead of coming to the board to ask for a new position, I granted the position back to the sheriff. So, I didn't approve a staff outside of the board, I just gave him back the position, just to clarify that for the record.
Okay. So, that one is open, that 32.5 is open. Like I say, and when we presented the budget, I don't know where Bobby got 15 hours per week from. I have no idea where she got 15 hours per week. Because it wasn't told by me. I just think it was something that she adjusted, which was totally wrong for her to do that, because the judge the judges, they want at least 5 people in court. I have no, I'm just doing what the judge say, they want 5 people in court. If you're familiar with the general district court, they want 2 at the back door, 1 at the metal detector, 2 at the front counter where they're at, and one of them handling prisoners, and the other one handling, taking paperwork down the hall. We used to let the people take the paper down the hall, but then they start stuffing them in the pocket and going out the door. So that's why it's 5 people, sometimes 6. Sometimes we do have 8, 10, or more prisoners up here. And safety reason, we put 1 person out to handle the prisoners, and we'll pull a person out of court because, for safety reasons. Because you go back in the back, you don't want 1 person back there handling a prisoner. So, especially when you got 8 or 9 back there, you gotta open the door, and all 10 can collapse. So that's, that, and I understand, John, I fully understand it's going up, but it's out of my control.
I want to give the judge what he needs. That's not my question, it's just, I'm just trying to understand that if, in 25, it was 105, in 26, we're at 94, and, that's 3/4 of a year, so divide that by 3, we're at a 125, 130 range, and we're looking for 263. I just think that $130,000 more for, how much more part-time are we putting in here? I think the number's high. It's just,
Yeah.
it got overestimated somewhere, and I'm just wondering, and that, you all can talk about this later to work it down to what is probably more realistic. And then if we miss the mark, Sheriff, and you come back to us and say, hey, I need $2,000 more because we didn't budget enough, I don't think this board's gonna have a problem, but to have an extra 50, 60, 70,000 just sitting there doesn't make sense either. We got a tight budget this year, and I'm just trying to protect my citizens this year, especially the ones that are on fixed incomes, disability, et cetera. I can't squeeze but so much here, so.
I don't see us hitting that 165 that's budgeted this year.
We're not,
I
it's
just
gonna be
don't
like
see it.
135 if the current trend
The
holds.
current
true.
trend holds. That's why I bring this up. It's just, it just doesn't balance, but it could be justified. I just want to just check it out, so.
Arnie, is it more deputies projected in part-time for FY '27 than what you projected in
No.
FY '26?
We have the same,
Okay, same number?
we have the same number.
Okay.
It's just, the court have, we was 1 to 2 days. That's when COVID years. Now the court is back in full-blown section, so the judges then added extra days. And I know it's, John will probably ask a question this, sometime we might have a Northumberland case over here, because they only have like 2 cases over there, and we got like 5 or 6 over here, so we might have a Northumberland case over here. So we haven't increased, it's 5 people in court, sometimes 6 at the most, depending on how busy the day is. And I understand John saying that he want to protect the citizen. I want to protect the citizens too. That's why it's more people in court. So, I understand where you're coming from, but it
If we
kind of.
keep it at 165, 750 for this budget year, as the request and, the proposed,
That was the old question.
and there's some additional money that's needed later, we can always request that, can't we?
What's interesting is the 105,000 exactly is what we're projected to hit at. You forecast out the rest of this year, which is what the actual was the previous year.
I just can't see going to 263. It
So
just
I
seems
tend to
out of whack to me. I don't know why, but
With
maybe.
the same number of deputies, unless you really increase the hours.
165.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we increase the hours by 10%, if you increase the hours, again, I don't mind bumping that up to 10 or 20%, but I just can't justify bumping it up
Do you just fund
100,
it,
130,000. It just seems out of whack.
just fund it for what's known and then come back and increase later?
Well, I think you did 165, which is budget, which still looks like it's plenty based on what we've spent. I mean, that's still over $60,000
I
in
think
increase in part-time wages.
with the understanding that if the judge requests, makes it go a little bit over that, we're game to fund it. And I
It just
don't want-
doesn't, yeah, it just don't look like it's apples to apples.
Apple to apple, orange to oranges, whatever, but,
That's all.
we had 105, was that for 2025?
Right.
And then 2026, we had 165.
Right.
And we kind of put a number on 25 hours per week, That's most, the average deputy, but we also counting in the days like Christmas break, holidays, and stuff like that. So, we may not use that 263, that was actually 26, 27. It might be lower than that. But we just putting a number on, they might average 23 hours, depending on how big the docket is. It might average 22 hours, but at an average, we're saying 25. So,
But right now, you're not even gonna hit the 165 that you have budgeted for this year. You're gonna be $60,000 under that amount.
Yeah, you've spent 94 so far.
we had 94, yeah.
You're not gonna
And
hit
we
that.
may not because, I don't know, because, we probably won't hit the 165. We at 94 right now.
Yeah. If
we
you stay
cut-
on trend, it should be like 141.
Yeah, but I can't, if we stay on trend.
Yeah, if you say what we spent already
Yeah.
for 8 months, what we
Right.
spent for the next 4.
So we got, and I know, I just had the young lady that we just moved into a full-time slot. She was kind of eating me up because she was part-time and she was going to the academy. So,
So if we maybe reduce the hours for our estimate, and then you come back if you're running
Well,
higher?
I don't know how you justify over 165 that was budgeted this past year, because nothing indicates that you'll even hit that number.
well,
Right, it's
you
just
know,
not there.
I agree.
because I moved, because I moved and I made the school start paying, that's why we haven't hit the number yet, because the school reimbursed us.
But that wouldn't change the expense, that's only gonna change the
That
revenue.
It's a part-time money,
Right, but that'll be on the revenue side, not the expense side. Expense side will be the same.
so,
Our expenses are gonna be our expenses regardless of where the revenue comes in from. I'm just trying to get, I can't see putting another $100,000 into part-time salaries when we're
well,
not even gonna hit the,
um,
unless there's something I'm just missing, that's what we're trying to
Yeah,
figure
that's
out.
what we're
Well,
trying to
okay.
figure, yeah.
well, we just figured the 25 hours from the 15 that Bobby had to the 25, and that's why we got the projected, the increase. So, because I can almost guarantee that each one of the deputies over there, part-time courts, some of them making over 25 hours. So we just put a number in there. And I don't have a problem, or the next man don't have a problem, I don't think, who may come in. I don't have a problem coming back to you guys, and ask for money. I sometimes see no need, but I don't have a problem doing that.
Well, I think it's just, for us, as we're scrubbing this down, seeing what, and still providing more than what I think we're actually gonna hit this year, and then knowing that we have the ability to come back. Nobody's doubting if the need's there, we're gonna give it, just trying to get the numbers closer to a realistic number.
I agree with you 100%.
It almost seems like there's almost some kind of math error in there. is
That's what it seems to me.
Yeah,
It's
it's
something-
something that's not matching.
Yeah,
Like
that's
say,
why I
it's not
say
apples
some
to
is,
apples.
some, we, like, when, Nita and I, we sit down, and we talked about this, when we sit down, it's just, the numbers that Bobby had in, there's no way we could make it through the court side of it, at 15 hours per week for each person.
Well, that's kind of I think, Board, can we agree that we'll just kind of look at this a little bit deeper, and let staff do its kind of homework and see if there's something we're missing. If not, kind of go back to what we funded at this year, which we're still projecting as an increase over next year, with the ability to come back and increase that.
We can go back and check the expenses too, to make sure they're hitting in the right place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
look at that source data that goes, I don't, be interested to see.
Thank you. That's what I
Thanks, Larry, I
needed.
appreciate it.
We good?
I don't
Thank
think you had, I don't think we had any other ones, we had some questions.
The question I thought was, you were asking how many part-time we had. Did you already cover that?
Yeah, we
Okay,
covered that.
thank you.
That
I
it's the
was
same.
looking up something I missed.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go back and I'll go look into those numbers to see that the expenses are hitting the right place and see if I can find what was estimated last time.
All right, John, you want to go back and pick up where you left off?
Believe it or not, I had a health department question, and that was already answered about the 2% increase, so that was the last one on my list. And everything else we covered when we did the other work, so. That's it. It's about understanding, folks. It's not,
I told you we'd leave early today.
I just needed to understand, so we're all good. Oh, do we want to ask the sheriff, since he was here, about the dispatch, that, or
Ask him whatever you want to ask him.
you want to ask that as well? Since we're, I kind of go back to, you were talking about, was it matched by the town?
Well, we know it wasn't.
Okay, but the 81,000,
That was Commonwealth Attorney.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
That's Commonwealth Attorney.
That's what
The dispatch also had an increase of, in salaries of 81,000, 33,100.
And
We were talking about there's an 81,000 increase in the sheriff dispatch, that's 33,100. The 1,001 line item.
now we can see it.
It's an updated salary to current was the justification. We're moving a part-time to full-time, and don't understand the proposed is level funding with updated salaries, but that's all right. Just trying to figure out that 81,000.
Dispatch?
That wasn't that here?
Did you project that one out, Ronnie, to see what that was projected
That
at?
position
I
was
can do it real
already
quick.
full-time, but she's working part-time.
Because that, I think,
Okay,
I
'cause
think
that's
would
how
be the
it's
same
budgeted.
boat.
How's budget?
It's budgeted as part-time.
Yeah, she
Right,
works.
that's how we have it now. I'd like to go back and look at the source information again on this one,
That's fine,
just to make sure,
perfect.
because this seems to be following that same line
Well, that's what I was
of what the
thinking.
other one was, so
Okay.
it could be expenses not
Perfect,
properly going in the right place.
perfect, perfect, perfect.
'Cause
What,
she's-
what we've expended so far, we're gonna exceed our budget on that one. It comes in, if it follows trend, it will be, 380.
For this year.
Yes,
It'd be under what's requested for next year, but you're saying it'd be 50,000 over for this year.
yes.
Yeah, before it's,
And I don't know, Anita, if it's worthwhile looking at law enforcement salaries too. There was a $29,000 increase in 31,000,
I'll go back and look at all of them,
and
just to make sure.
31,101, or 1,001 and 1,003 part-time. There was a $19,000 increase there.
And that's probably
Again,
has,
and it could be the same issue,
Right.
and it could be totally right. I just,
and it could just be the number of hours we're estimating.
could be a number of hours. I'm
So-
just asking the question just to
Sure.
say.
Okay.
Well, it looks like, Ronnie, I think that may have been because it went more part-time than, or more full-time than part-time, but yeah, if you recall, it was kind of odd that our full-time dropped down from 343 in '05 to 338 in '06, or '26 when we knew we had all that comp board increases and all that crazy stuff that was happening. Was a total like 11% or something like that we had, or 8%?
Yeah.
But it looks like we had planned to budget more for the part-time. It doesn't look like that really came to fruition, so maybe that's the difference in those
And
two.
and that didn't pan out, yeah. 'Cause it went
But you
to
said you'll go
full-time.
bring that back to us, Tina, so
I
the
will,
two.
I will go make sure all
Just,
the backup
as
matches
I
it.
said, it's easier to go this way than the other way, so totally get it. I mean, we'll fully fund where it's needed. It just may be a number crunch error, so, and that's fine. They happen.
I'll get with you on it.
yeah, that, 'cause
Anything else for the sheriff?
Not for the sheriff, but yeah, let's go to Parks and Rec, 71,200 real
Thank you, Arnie.
quickly. Thank you, Arnie.
Thank you, Sheriff.
I did forget this one. We have three lines in there. They're adding an AD
What's the number, John?
replacing,
71,200. This is Parks and Rec summer programs, 71,200. They're adding an AD at 38,000, but it's only showing a $10,000 increase.
it's a replacement, and that was just a placeholder amount for,
Okay, we're okay with that?
that was the salary that we said we would go up to for the assistant director when they're hired.
Which makes sense.
Because there was somebody previously in the position, just at a
Correct.
different salary.
Correct.
That's right.
And then jump down to line 2005, same section. It's just an increase of $15,000 for the medical plan. It seems like you already had money in there for medical plan. Is this just for the one position?
It was for the worst case, if that person comes
Worst
in
case-
and wants
worst case
the
scenario.
highest family plan
Okay,
that there
so it's a
is, so that was
placeholder
just the
for worst case.
placeholder.
Perfect.
But
That
it wouldn't be
answers
for
that.
the one position, it's for,
Well, it's for both
it's for
positions,
both
but,
positions.
but that increase is reflective of if that person comes in wanting the highest family plan.
That's right.
Okay, perfect. That answers that question. Done.
Did the governor say
Thank you.
that $15
Mhm.
wages?
I have not heard it.
I was wondering,
John, do you have any others?
You all did great. Thank you for answering that.
That's a good question, though.
Asking?
So we'll kind of,
My question was about whether the governor had signed that $15 minimum wage thing, that's gonna affect that part-time salary number, so.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that $15
It takes
minimum
effect.
wage is gonna be gradual
Yeah, it
in
doesn't kick in till 2 or 3 more years from
By
now.
Yeah,
2028.
2028,
yeah, they'll step it in.
Yeah, but this year's 1277.
1277,
It's a gradual increase.
and then next year it would go to 1375.
Right, right.
That's a good question.
And then wall fold-up businesses,
Yeah.
just, just go on welfare.
We always look to make sure everybody hits that.
I said, then we'll just all go out of business, all the businesses shut down, we won't go in.
It don't,
services bill is high enough,
it don't make a difference, because the way prices are going up for everything, and that $15 ain't gonna matter.
No, it's not, that's what I say. It just
It's all
makes us
relative.
paying for people more
Taxes going,
expensive.
yeah, tax going up every time, so.
into it, so as I was saying,
The rich get richer, we gonna get.
Rob be selling $500 boots.
That's right.
Cheap, that'd be cheap. Yeah, as long as we're keeping up with it, that's the main thing. And I know we adjust our pay scales for that stuff anyway.
One other budget item thing is, and I know this is gonna come up later, but, and this is all great work here, is that, again, when we issue permits, et cetera, or anything along those lines, we just wanna keep up with what it's costing the county, in proper fees for things like that. And I know we're going to address that, and I'll let April speak on this, but it's always good to keep up with it rather than waiting 10 years and saying, oh, we haven't raised this permit price in 10 years, and then
Right.
everybody gets the shock, you know? It's easier to move it up year by year to reflect our actual costs. It's not we're trying to make money, we're just trying to recover at least a reasonable portion of our costs.
Right, and that's what we're doing. You did it last year as well. We look at neighboring localities. You adopted a new permit fee schedule last year. You'll adopt one, hopefully in June, that have the increased prices that we've been working on with building and zoning that I told you about. It should go to the planning commission in May. And those estimates on the conservative side are built into your revenue line here.
And there's some other fees, et cetera, that the state mandates that maximum that we can charge for, you know, things like that as well.
That's right.
So, and we should, you know, if need be, take advantage and look at those, to do that as well.
That's right.
And one of the other things that I brought up, again, on the revenue side of it, although, and this county very well supports tax relief for veterans, which mandated by the feds. Fortunately, we're not in a county with, like a Stafford County or Northern Virginia, which have, you know, are multi-million-dollar reductions in their budget because of veteran relief, tax relief, et cetera. But our veterans, disabled, and elderly, we support that very well. If I'm not mistaken, it was over $200,000 that we're.
150. 150.
I think it was over 200, so,
I know, that's Chris.
I think
Is it red?
all total,
all total.
all total.
All three
but
of them.
41 of that was elderly and
Yes.
That's right.
disabled, not veterans.
That's right.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So, but all total, that deferral for
Right.
those three is over 200,000. It's just, we need to keep an eye on, because it does increase, and you want to be careful of that creep. So I don't know if the board needs to look at putting a maximum line that we won't cross until we review it, rather than, it's gonna happen, folks, if we don't. That's my point. It's just, this way, we are aware of it, because if we're deferring next year, you know, let's say 300,000, because there's more requests, and, you know, and they're justified requests, but we're not controlling that. We're just letting it happen. Where are we gonna come up with that 50,000? We need to be aware of that. Not to say that we won't, you know, we can be very supportive, but we just need to have some stop that we can say, hey, let's look at this and see, do we have the revenue? Can we afford to do this, if that makes sense?
One of the things that we talked about yesterday with staff was, what we don't show currently in our financials, we're not showing a total billable amount in revenues. We're showing billable less what we think we may not get. Whereas, in my opinion, what we should be doing is showing all billable, and then having on the expense side a bad debt or
Right.
deferred line item that shows what that is.
Booked versus what's not booked, I understand.
Yeah.
And then that would then capture any of your, any of the non-payments for personal property taxes. It would capture your land use, it would capture your deferred and elderly and disabled tax credits. It would just capture it all right there, so it gives you a data point to look at to see whether it's going up or down. I mean, it's gonna change the numbers, but that's really how it should be. I mean, you should have a line for bad debt or deferred offsets, because what we bill is what we should actually show on our books.
I got it.
And that may help us with grants and other things in the future, because all said, we're almost $1 million in, probably more than $1 million in either bad debt or deferred revenue.
Easily, yeah,
Yeah, easily.
easily, yeah. Yep.
I agree that with the disabled and elderly tax credits, I mean, there's certain things that we can control, like we can set the limits, as far as, the payments are out. I think we can set income levels, if I'm not mistaken, Krista, so there are controls that we can have in place, and we may just, now with having our new board members on board, we may just need to have another meeting just to refresh us of kind of what those options are and how that impacts. I think right now, last time we changed I think we changed it from maximum income of like 27,000 to 30,000.
And it went from $750 maximum a year to $1,000.
So 1,000 is the most deferment that comes out of that. So we're going slowly just to make sure that it wasn't some big surprise that we got hit with that we were unexpecting.
Now I've got a spreadsheet to present to y'all, I was gonna present, next week at the regular meeting, of how many are 20%, how many are 40, 60, 80.
Good.
Yeah, because they're all in that range depending on where they're at.
Exactly, and I've also got years back, so you will see the trend.
That'd be helpful.
I'm still working on the years back, but currently what we have. The hard part about that is we don't start getting applications in until March 1st, a little grace time, so right now is where we are set on what we're gonna see from elderly.
Well,
So
that-
it's kind of something might be projected, some of it, because, we don't know when they're due by March 1st, but I do have a little bit of a grace period. And then also, you gotta think that, for new applicants that have never applied before, their due date is not until September 1st. So you may have some that see them on the bills, see the opportunity on the bills that Penny prints out, and then they see it and think that they qualify, and they will apply mid-year. And they might, so we would have to go back in and if they qualify, we will update their bill. So just a heads up on that one too.
Which makes all the more reason why we should have the full amount billable up on your revenue side and your bad debt or deferred on your expense side, so that could be, then it's clean, we know exactly what, there's no reason we shouldn't know how many properties we have in the county and what the total billable should be minus any of these other programs. I think it's just helpful for us to know that.
And it's worth mentioning too, in the land use side of it, that the rate for forestry went up basically 25%, which was more in line with what the actual value of forest land is, which is going to help with that deferred.
Right.
Agriculture is set by Virginia Tech and
The
their
SLEAC.
the SLEAC values. And Essex is one of the highest in those values anyway, so that's captured well, so.
But we choose to use SLAC, we don't have to use SLAC.
Correct.
We choose to use it.
Correct. But
Which is not, I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but
No,
it's,
but it captures value very well, and the forestry increase, I think, better captures it as well, so
it was long needed.
it's well overdue. So that was all good for revenue side of the county, so.
I would
just worth
also,
mentioning.
I would also add that properties under conservation easement would not be in your
That's
deferred
correct.
column because they are capped.
They are set at that
They
point.
are established.
So that would be accurate, that you wouldn't have a
That's right.
deferral, it'd just be what it is, yep. But it'd be interesting to track that over time, see how that trend is going. So we talked about those deferred amounts. That's something that's, is there anything else that you think of, April, before we get into capital?
Just to get some directive or consensus of the board on the fleet management approach. We wanted to revisit possible take on jobs.
Oh, yeah.
School resource officer cards, for broader discussion.
Mr. Chairman, before we do that, I do have one question on, and it's probably more conceptual than anything else, but, a 12,300, that's the centralized services, budget. I guess with what we've already done earlier today, and maybe this has been covered and I didn't quite comprehend it, but where does this department stand in FY '27 based on what we earlier voted on? And budget-wise, I think is probably more in tune. Do we need that amount of money, I guess is what I'm asking.
For now, we do, because we don't know what the transition approach is going to look like. We also need, if that makes sense, we also have in that department staff that were going to be added anyway to back up like financial services and human resources. And so I don't think until we talk with the school to see what staff is going to be needed for the transition, yeah.
And I'll add the fact that in years past, we had one.
That's right.
There's no depth. So
There wasn't.
this was a
One and
well
one.
over needed.
Yep. Yep.
Now that we've got depth, that if one is out, if you go through a COVID again, we still have people that could do payroll, we still have people that can process bills, et cetera, which we just didn't have that depth. Even though she's the greatest lady in the whole wide world and it's unbelievable talent, she is one human being and.
She should be able to be sick or take a
That's
day
right.
off.
Exactly.
It also
Go on a
includes-
I'm not
vacation or
questioning
whatever.
that.
No, I know, but I just helped justify that why we had to expand centralized services to be able to have that
Right.
depth.
But that
Unlike-
question will be presented to us.
Yes.
If we're moving this, all of the financial services and the HR back to the school system, why are we keeping the same budget?
So if I remember it correctly, when centralized services was formed and also
Well,
it,
And an increase, by the way.
yes, it did. And because it borrowed from some of the staff I had hired, like our grant writer and special projects manager. That was supposed to be part of the board and administration. And that person's now worked in centralized services to help them with their grants and their financial transactions. So that might change a little.
I would say, let's keep an eye on it.
We'll need to.
I'm very cognizant, I don't want to duplicate services here on the county side, and,
Duplicate
it's,
services.
I mean, it's a fair point, I just want to bring that up.
Yeah, I think, what we talked about was, being able to utilize our folks more to focus on more county-related projects. So
That's right.
more attuned to grants that benefit the county for county, projects. more forecasting with financials and HR payroll, that kind of thing.
So here's what we really need, to my point, I didn't quite make it, was no staff upstairs was supposed to be just school-focused or county-focused. They were supposed to be cross-trained in both areas and for both entities. And that kind of shifted with all the problems that were with the school. Ideally, if you want to have a strong financial department and HR department, we need to have someone specialized in the audit process, somebody to
I agree
work
with that.
all the way through the year. And we have somebody on the team that we can assign that type of work to, so it's not a mad dash at the end of the year. We want to have somebody in that department. We may rename the department or turn it into something else, but we need somebody that's going to bridge the gap with this brand-new bank account that's going to be established to make sure when the money hits, we're bridging it from schools. Is it getting allocated properly to our treasurer?
Does this budget allow for somebody versus an audit? Because I looked at the findings in that last audit, the draft report, and we've got things in there we need to address, quite frankly.
Yeah, we do.
And so we need, to your point,
Yeah.
we need to really beef that process.
That's right, we do.
We'll be able to add procurement.
That's
There's-
right.
There's
That
a
was another one I
lot
was
for
gonna suggest, yeah,
procurement,
that would be great, too.
and classes that can be had and other services that can be utilized if we have somebody who is proficient in procurement, especially with all the projects coming, joint facilities.
Well, I was gonna
and-
say
and
to-
utilize those abilities.
To that point, too, you'll have somebody that should be in on the ground floor with the joint maintenance facility that we will work with on fleet management, that when that's billed, should be able to transition straight over to that office and keep it running. So there's a future plan for the staff folks. But will it be a central services? Probably not. But the work will be the same,
Yeah,
but on the county side.
maybe we need to change the name of it.
Oh, we will. I'll be more than happy to.
Maybe
I'll be
that's what
more
the
than
hang-up
happy
is.
to do that.
Helpers in all realms.
That's right.
Okay.
April crew.
That's right. My people. But yeah, if we want to be in a stronger position, because you guys have a huge liability to just have one finance person,
Yeah.
one HR person.
Absolutely, I understand that.
And so, the relief of being able to not be responsible for handholding with the schools, we can now go shop our health insurance. We can get more competitive rates, better plans, because we'll have a team that's able to have time to do it.
Thank you.
That's just one example. I'm getting a stare down by John.
No, actually, there's a truck outside with
Oh,
flame-proof.
good. I thought it was me.
flame-proof
Like, what did I
companies, And
say?
I was wondering if that's the company that's working over there at Potomac Supply now, so caught my eye there.
That's okay. I just thought I said something that piqued your interest.
Just can't quite read all that fine print, so. It's really bright. Sorry for the interruption, but I was actually looking over your shoulder there, April. Yeah, good stuff.
Let's do our capital before we do the fleet, because that's got the cash, because we talked about those items, and then we'll get into the fleet management as part of that.
No, that's back there.
Yeah. So let's kind of pivot, and we'll get into our capital, if everybody's comfortable with the operational budget as we're moving forward. We already discussed that we have the broadband and the ambulance is already included in there, into our CIP. The other-
Edith says, thank you, I can sit down.
Yeah,
Now I can take notes.
for a minute. Just gotta get my papers back in order here. So, we can just kind of go through and talk about, kind of what we pulled out and why. So obviously, we talked about broadband, that's already in there. The next one we had was the fleet management vehicle replacement. That was the ACO vehicle, the Parks and Rec truck, and $6,000 for a DSS car. I did ask the staff to leave the social services vehicle on there. One, it was due to them last year, we didn't get it. But the social services has to purchase that, and they pay a majority of that. $6,000 is just our portion that we're responsible for the year. The rest is paid for by the state. So that's kind of a pass-through. The ACO and the Parks and Rec, we have those in there, but we don't have any quotes on any of those to know where they're at yet. So until we decide what we need. I was asking, for example, for the Parks and Rec, I mean, do we really need a new pickup truck, or we just need a used pickup truck? Is it just gonna be out in the park, run around trails and fields?
Is she gonna run around the trails and give her one that got beat up over there?
Well, that's, you know, that's why I was asking about the amount, so as we're settling in and dialing into these, you know, are we thinking about the actual need and whether we actually get a loan for something, whether we pull it out of our, you know, unassigned fund balance, or do we work it into operations? Obviously, with that amount, it could go into operations if that was the pleasure of the board.
Do we got one?
Do we have one now?
Yeah,
We have trucks.
we got a truck. Yeah. Just give her one. Yeah.
Well, that was, part of what, with the whole fleet management program, and this is why these two kind of go hand in hand, the idea was, if we have all countywide vehicles underneath the fleet management program, it may be that there is something already available. It may be that, Wes has a truck that needs to be replaced next year, so instead of you buying a new truck for parks, maybe the new truck goes for EMS, and then that truck goes to parks. Well, I'm just using that as an example. I mean, I think it's really about the need and how it's gonna be utilized, and, obviously, yeah, I think first and foremost, attention needs to go to, road vehicles, like road deputy vehicles and EMS vehicles. Those are critical to health and safety. I think everything else can be discussed. I mean, really. I mean, our road vehicles for deputies should be on regular replacement plans, makes sense, as our EMS buses are. Also, we brought this up in the past, as we talked about people, depending on whether we get a vehicle, whether we finance or whether we buy it outright. Do you defer half of it over a period of time? Do you defer it over 5 years? So there's other ways to make the math work when you're, even if we fund it, we can still defer the expense over a certain period of time for capital expenses. And to Nita's point, I think with the animal shelter, we have, you said 70-something thousand, roughly 70,000, Nita?
355, 752 is what's in the account right now.
About 355. Right, which could be utilized for vehicle replacement, could be used for facility or anything else.
Since it's a donation, I think it'd be better to use toward the facility than depreciating the vehicle.
Because you're gonna need that anyway. It's pay for the truck now, or vehicle now, and then use that money for the building. It's all gonna be
Right.
washed out.
People donate, like, see this.
That'll make them
plaque,
feel
their
better.
money went towards the building.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
prefer to keep that dedicated to the building.
And put a plaque up there in their name on the building for their donation. I think it's more appropriate.
Or the veterinary section we could dedicate to donations.
Unless they wanna have naming rights on the vanity plate or something on the car.
No.
I've always like, as we, we're able to look at this from an interesting perspective, in that we've done a great job with our fund balance. But if we pretended that we had zero in our unassigned fund balance, how would we fund these things? Much different conversation with how we utilize funds as they come in, and what we'd be eager to do. So I'm not advocating one way or the other, but I know we all agree that we want to be smart with our money. So was the ACO, was that like a new van? Is that what that was?
I don't know if you call it a van, it's like a,
My conversation with her was she wanted more of a van type
Yeah.
thing, not a pickup truck with a dog box in the back.
but we don't need to buy that right now.
No.
I'll get a van.
We don't need to buy it right now, we're going in a different direction with the shelter, we can speak offline, sidebar.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Again, with the Parks and Rec, with the truck, maybe it's 40, maybe it's 20. We haven't got anything committed yet. I'd like to see quotes on any of these things and rationale for the type of use we're gonna have
There's
with
been a
it?
request for a van like 8 years.
Right.
so, it's not a lot.
I was talking about the pickup, yeah. And board's thoughts on these? I mean, we could approve them outright like they are. I don't know if that's the prudent thing to do, though.
I'm good with 6.
I think
for now.
that would be
Start.
a better discussion when we get to fleet management, because
Okay.
if you guys give us a direction one way or the other
That
that
you'll
we'll
take
be
on.
moving certain vehicles, that will free up money that we can sell vehicles and then tighten up the fleet.
Perfect. All vehicles go to fleet management.
I agree with that, brother.
Yep.
Good idea.
Actually, the 6,000 should probably go to Candace's budget.
It's in their budget.
I know, but it should be part of our capital, because we don't actually purchase it or title it.
That's right.
Yeah, I just
But-
noticed that.
Yeah, the only reason that we did that in social services was in the event that, because it does come out of social services operational, if we wanted to fund that 6,000 out of something else outside of our operational expense, because that was the only capital line item that social services had.
I'm just talking about your budget.
I'm
Yeah,
saying, but
yeah.
we're paying social services
That's
doesn't
right.
have a budget, so it still comes out of our money.
That's right.
So if 6,000 of our money that we wanted to give to social services wanted to come out of unassigned fund balance because it's capital, that's
Yeah.
the only reason we spent it that way.
Yeah. No, I understand why we did it. I'm just, when I think about, is there a life cycle replacement for one when they're making payments on it?
Oh,
We don't
right.
know, we don't know when we would be replacing
Right.
that vehicle.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right,
Uniforms is next.
yeah, uniforms.
Now, we're talking about uniforms for,
So uniforms used to be in the individual department's
Right.
operating budget.
right,
We can leverage buying power by putting it into CIP. And when we change our procurement policy where they're issuing a PO and we can go source it ourselves, it would give us more leverage. That's covering general properties, sheriff's department, and emergency services. That's where the uniforms are.
folks, that's a yearly thing, so.
That's right. And you'll see it decrease because we actually looked at, they had an estimate last year, we looked at what they're actually spending,
Spending.
and we can get away with a little less money there. Mhm.
So I know we kind of talked about this back and forth, but if they're uniforms and it's annual and it's required that we have these uniforms, should that be an operational line item or should that be a CIP?
CIP,
And why is that?
because it's giving us better buying power, and we can do it ourselves and them not spend from their line on other things.
I'm not asking about
Yeah.
who's responsible for purchasing it, I'm
Mhm.
just asking why it's out of CIP and not operation. I mean, I don't care where it falls, to me, it doesn't meet the 5-year requirement of a capital improvement. If we have to have uniforms every year, then it's,
No, I see your point.
and maybe we don't have to have them every 5, maybe, yeah, we get in a tough year, okay, no new uniforms this year, you use your old, that's fine.
find that we're buying uniforms each year, but for different departments, flowing in and out, so, I mean, I don't care where it's at, but it gives us ability to.
Is that from hearing other concerns about having money in individual budgets?
That's right.
Then that gives them that ability to move things around within their budget.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about where the money's at. I'm concerned about where it gets paid from. Whether it's, comes out of reserves or our operational account. And I don't care whose account that is. Let's just call it all under the county administrator for now. Should it come out of reserves or should it come out of a fund inside the county administrator? Is it true capital or is it an operational necessity?
I mean, you can make an argument for both. I actually don't care.
I would say operational, but
If it's, again, if it's something we have to have.
But I guess if they didn't have a uniform, they'd still work.
Yeah, I mean,
If they're wearing them with holes, they would still work.
you could get a little crafty with sewing and some patches and everything, but. I mean, it's a big enough amount.
Well, and I can go back a couple years too, and remember when we started this, it was with the intention of if there's savings, it would roll ahead the next year, so it's already pre-planned, and that we Ronnie shaking his head. Remember, we had a conversation about it.
It's $50,000 and/or 5-year life expectancy. So
Okay.
it's got to meet those criteria, which it doesn't meet the dollar amount, it may meet.
Nor
the
does
life-
Candace's vehicle, but it
Okay.
makes sense, right? So,
Well, yeah, but that's different. I mean,
I was just being funny. It's a long
but-
day.
But it's not the same. I mean, it's not.
It's not, I
it's
know,
not the same.
it's the same.
Because that vehicle's worth more than $35,000. So, again, I just want us to know, should we keep that, otherwise, do we take $35,000 out of reserves every year, or do we put it into our operational budget? Way I think about it, we have the operational funding that we just went through, so we have over $70,000 is that line item, if that's a necessity that we need to have every year to operate, it should be put into an operational budget.
It says yearly, right?
Annual, yeah.
Yes, sir.
And we have it coming out every year.
So,
And again, that can come out of procurement, it can come wherever, I don't care what department, I don't think it should go into individual departments.
Mhm, yeah.
I think it should be in whatever purchasing or whatever, where that should be, but I'm just thinking where we're taking the money from.
Do we want to leave it in CIP for this year, and then when we develop a procurement position, then move it over to operational, I think would be,
I'm okay with that,
just for now,
That makes sense.
just so we capture and talk about it.
okay?
Yeah.
To your point.
It's UFB.
Noted.
Joint Facilities Building?
Yep, so I think that, obviously, we're not gonna have, and Jay can speak. Oh, we talked bad about Jay's not here. We're not gonna have the engineered plans and drawings and all that stuff done until, the fall of this year anyway, to even start on construction. So I think having, 250 of what we'd allocated is probably reasonable.
What is the 254 again? That's for all the incidentals, not the shell, right?
Well, we have the 640 that we'll have a carryover from this year, right, that we won't get into.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 250, wasn't that for all of the internal things that we're looking at grants for?
That's what I thought. I just wanted to just clarify. Yeah, that's fine.
So
I think that's right.
I think we've got this covered. I think we've agreed that we've got that 640 as it stands right now. It comes out of the school construction fund that we have, and then this other 250 would potentially come out of the grant that we're seeking. Is that accurate?
There were some slight hits to the 640 already.
Hits is meaning,
I think he had some kind of soil or something charge out there, and then you
Yeah.
bought your shovel.
yeah. Yeah, we had soil studies and all that. I think we're still within our mark, though, that's
Oh, yeah.
for the
Yeah.
construction.
Yeah.
of it.
Mhm.
But you could maybe correct that amount now, whatever that amount is.
Yeah, adjusted for the
Yeah,
years
adjusted.
based on what we spent. We're also moving forward I don't know when he had it, whether it was end of last week or this week, several fencing companies coming out to give quotes on
Yep.
extending the new fencing around the boundaries of the property to get us started. So at least we can
That's
get
true.
that and get a
That's
visual.
right.
So we'll have some expenses tied to that.
That's right. He had a meeting on Wednesday and then again on Friday at noon. I don't know when the third one is, but he's met with 2 already with fencing companies.
So I don't know if there's anything that we need to do with that. We've allocated the money already. That's been approved through the school construction fund. And if we get this
Yep.
other grant, that's more. Administrative discretionary fund, this is what we've set aside for the county administrator to utilize for bonuses, increases, incentives.
Nope.
Oh, is that a different fund?
Yeah, that's actually in the operational fund. This
Okay.
is on the
Oh, this
CIP.
is CIP,
I
okay.
use this to,
If an HVAC system goes
Yeah.
in the sheriff's office, she can go
I've
and-
used it for
that
that.
type
I've
of
used
stuff.
it to order environmental studies for potential real estate purchases or earnest money, that kind of thing.
And all of that would qualify under the unassigned fund balance and how we utilize that. Is there, we've kept that amount, we've,
That's amount been since
yeah.
Michael
Any desire to need to change that or update it? I mean, again, we approve it all anyway, even if it comes in.
Yeah.
We still approve it, so it's not like we don't have, nice thing about any of the capital stuff, we still have a gauge on it when
Can
it
all
comes
be
to it.
shifted one way or the other.
Yeah, it has to
Right.
come back to us for approval to assign it from that to our
That's right.
operational
I mean, I bring you things you don't even need, I want you to be aware of, so.
The good news about this is none of this gives carte blanche access without us having a final say.
Without going back to the numbers, I guess, do you know how much you spent this year so far in that discretionary fund?
I don't, I could look it up, but I don't know, because I've had to pull from that account and also my operational one to cover some of the deals that we've been working on, so. Because I think I have one that's already been reimbursed that we did.
I can
so.
pull it up.
April computer replacement, well, please look at that. We have, for under administrative computer replacement, we had $40,000 each year.
What was that back?
That was 23 devices. We talked about potentially shifting that over some.
We did, because I think the request this year.
It was
like
46.
46.
We took 6,000 out.
So I said, do some of it now and roll some of it over to the next year.
Yeah, I thought that was a little cheap, in my opinion, but anyway.
You know, governments don't get the best computers, man, come on. They buy a package
I know he
deal.
does.
So I think all of these right now, minus the joint maintenance facility, will all come out of the unassigned fund balance. And the maintenance facility out of the school construction fund.
5,800.
How much?
5,800 is what's been spent from the joint facilities money.
Animal shelter, yeah, we just had a placeholder in this, which, that's really all it was a placeholder of $750. I think you're talking to Jay, I mean, the reality is if we can build a vehicle maintenance facility for $650, that's
$650.
$650,000, that's got,
I like your way you
you know,
talk.
all the floor drains and
I was
and
just gonna
electrical
ask
and
him
air.
where he getting this building from, 'cause I'm gonna get me one.
Per square foot, he meant.
Yeah.
I mean, that's certainly, our vehicle maintenance facility is gonna be bigger than this animal shelter would ever be, so there's no reason to think that we would spend that much.
Well, I make their own shop, that metal building.
But again, we don't have any quotes, we don't have any hard quotes, we don't even have a location at this point, so, I mean, that really hasn't been set to even worry about where that's gonna be
We're
funded.
not worried about it for this coming up fiscal year. If we need to come back to the board for some preliminary survey work or something like that, that's a different story.
Which we may need to do, I
Which
think.
we may need to do to get it going, but.
I thought we were gonna put that animal shelter up on the hill, up on kind of.
We haven't had any quotes, or we don't have any idea yet where it's gonna go. We just hadn't been discussed and formalized.
Yeah, Joe and I attended a meeting
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Parks and Rec to kick
You
this
guys might
off.
have
and
agreed to that, but this board hadn't agreed to
We're
it
having,
Yeah, y'all were-
we'll be
y'all already voted
presenting,
on it
we
then, I
will be
guess.
presenting something to this
Yeah.
board sometime probably late 26 or maybe early 27.
Okay, we're looking forward.
Hopefully, it might be sooner than that if Woody go to work here.
We'll
find
see.
out.
Okay.
Let's see.
We got a lot
That's-
to
I
do.
mean, that's good, I mean, we need to get on it.
Yeah.
No question about it.
But I think what we have built in is more than enough to cover what that might be.
We'll see when the time comes.
It's
It's a placeholder, so it's good
Medic
enough
unit
for
we
now.
talked about, that's already been agreed to, we've already funded that, that's gonna be coming in December, I think.
Yeah, we'll receive it in December.
The EMS facility, no real work, I mean, we've had discussions, with fire, had discussions with the town of where we wanna put a new EMS facility there in conjunction with the fire station, but there's been no hard plans laid out at this point. I mean, it seems to be, everybody tends to be in agreement with it, but, you know, no actual traction yet. So that's why there's no number in there. The radios for the, I'm gonna skip the school buses, is that the one? No, that's the regular radios here.
Just regular rating.
Yeah, so these are regular radios. On a 10-year cycle, so they're capital, so still unassigned fund balance material. And that amount includes the live scan unit that the sheriff's office was talking about. This next one, this dispatch consoles, I think there's gonna be more opportunity for us to have a bigger discussion. I was talking to King and Queen, the other week. They're still very much interested in moving forward with a regional type, dispatch solution. They're outgrowing their space,
You saw the email, you know,
so,
that's the general direction that's, that the Fed wants us to go.
right. So I don't know, you know, as far as, you know, consoles and things like that, how long that process takes, you know, it's,
So those were just replaced within the last 2 years, and it's plotted in 2030 to just keep the board aware that that's when they would need to be replaced if another,
Alternative
solution
is-
or alternative
is not
doesn't present
found,
itself.
sure.
Just so you'll know you have that,
Placeholder.
that big ticket coming up. And if you remember, one of the consoles, we secured a grant for,
right.
so, yeah.
Next is the CAD equipment. The motor's on a
Same.
5-year replacement cycle. It's not a big amount, for getting those replaced.
I had a thought pop into my head because we are in this regional radio system, and that CAD is part of that process and everything. And I know we get income from other counties. Is that captured in our budget, in revenue?
I don't know where that revenue comes in.
I don't need an answer to that question right now, just duly note that. Because I know it is, tens of thousands, it's not hundreds of thousands, but, anyway, just food for thought.
Yeah.
Just, it just popped into my head and didn't think about it before. All right, that way you can keep moving.
All right, high pressure breathing air compressor. This is for their, the monitors and fill stations. It's on a, do you know what the life cycle is on those, by chance? I'm guessing it's more than 5 years because it's not on here again.
Compressor, it should last a long time.
Right.
If it's just a compressor.
Depends on how long it's used.
True.
That compressor, we purchased that to provide to the Alpha Fire Department. I'll verify that.
Stretcher leasing, we had that discussion at our last month's meeting about the leasing of the stretchers and the racks to go on there. The school capital reserve project, we do have the school bus radios in at 165. That was our recommendation to hold off on that right now. Is that right? To delay that out?
That's right, it was. They have a new transportation manager at the school. They should be reviewing their fleet just like we are during our budget cycle. It couldn't be done across 2 years. We explored that path as well. And since we're doing the installation in-house, it would work for next year.
Yeah, we're looking at whether we do half and half. I know they have some, again, with, to April's point, with their reduced staff, they're gonna have to kind of figure out some things, so.
I have new bus routes.
They may decide to switch systems for some reason, we don't know, and that's out of our control, so I don't know that we can really, until we get that hard ass to do that, I would say that we just kind of put that on pause. The Tapping Volunteer Fire Department, that was monies that we would actually utilize to maintain our compliance with the ISO, correct?
That is correct.
And that helps
That's for-
everybody keep our insurance
That's the
rates
entire
up.
community. Yeah, that's
time.
for all the work that you do on the hose, the testing for all the equipment certifications that we provide. We took that over to ensure it happens.
And that schedule will start to be sporadic, so that's not gonna be an every year thing, correct?
It will be an every year thing for the first few years until they come
Right.
into compliance, and then it should be an every 3-year
Right.
situation.
General properties, we removed 200,000 that, Nita spoke about that earlier, for some of the HVAC stuff, only until we get the hard quotes in, so we know what amounts we're looking at. We know we're gonna have to keep air conditioning at the courthouse and in our buildings, so it's just a matter of getting the good hard quotes. Same with the renovation of the constitutional officers. We know we have to do things, but we don't have any hard numbers yet. And once we get those hard numbers, we can decide whether we want to finance those or use our unassigned fund balance.
These were also included in the energy study request with
Yeah.
McClure, and so we didn't want to pull any trigger until we see what those come back with as well.
Because they're probably all wrapped up in their report. They'll have all these things and say, hey, you're required to pay this amount during this time, and this is how it's gonna save you. And we'll probably roll all these up into a common CIP project as part of that, would be my guess. And that includes like the library and all of those. Again, that doesn't prevent us from doing the general maintenance that we need to now, as we need to replace things for.
Do we have a time frame? I know we don't have numbers, hard numbers or anything, but as far as the circuit court renovation, do we have has the judge given us a set date to have these renovations completed?
So the letter that I've received was regarding security concerns and to work with, Jay on it, but a hard timeline, no, it was just as soon as you can.
Okay.
And I know he's been working on it, but no, they didn't have a date certain assigned. I'm sure they'd want it yesterday, but,
I didn't want to run astray the judge, that's all.
oh no, we don't want to upset the judge, or Christina,
Oh, Kristen.
yeah.
He, shoot, he can get somebody to fan it.
all of our staff to be, and our partners to be safe, for sure.
The next was the Parks and Rec, the extension office. We talked about that a little bit earlier, about putting, how much we're putting into that property and while maintaining what they need to have over there.
That's right, because we did negotiate a MOU with the schools, so I do have that.
Parks and Rec, the swimming pool upgrades, what was quoted in there was for resurface the bottom, new pool cover, perimeter fencing, for safety and security, and painting of pavilion and gravel for parking area. That's in there at $85,000. That was for this year, is that?
That was this year. We removed the 20,000 for the pool cover. That
Make
was
it
the only thing that we
77,000.
really requested this year.
Because McClure could add the pool facility into their study as well, so that was an add.
But do we know, did we spend any of this 85 for these other things that we're talking on?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't believe so.
Mm-mm.
So that'll be a question as to whether that rolls over to a future year or,
There were some other contributing factors as well, so. And the pool cover, since they're getting ready to take it off, we just figured she'd get a better quote at the end of the season, when it can be purchased, closer to the end of the season.
Need a quote.
Need a quote. I contacted Kyle Durham, and he said, yes, I was correct. We did buy that on behalf of the volunteer fire department. That wouldn't need to be replaced until 15 years, the air compressors. And as part of the regional communications income that you were asking about, John, the income that we had by agreement, since King and Queen is the fiscal agent, it rolls back into that fund to help maintain the radios and
Gotcha,
yeah,
Okay, that makes sense.
yeah.
And nothing has been spent for the Parks and Rec pool area.
No, good, thank you.
so I guess we just need to understand whether these things are gonna be carried over for a future year, or did something happen, they're not needed anymore, or, a master plan, here, I'm not sure, we had 50,000 for this year, we have another 27 looking at some capital for the, I guess, really part, not really part of the master plan.
Yeah, so the 50,000 came out because of that EDA effort to develop the park as a whole, and then she's still wanted to leave in more equipment and a shed, which may be obsolete if there's an approved plan for the development of the park. That's just an unknown right now, and then if it does it, then there may be an ask again, so.
Registrar equipment, we talked about that, no sense until that's mandatory and we know what those specs are, what the requirement is, that we know we're gonna have to do it whenever they issue it's gonna be mandatory, but I don't know, Is this number, I mean, this is a pretty specific number that we have here.
It's a quote.
That's a
They
quote.
did provide a quote.
So right now, we got that slated for 28. And then last is the body armor replacement.
That number is a quote that the sheriff provided. Of course, we'll pursue whatever grants we can, but
And that's a 5-year replacement window as well.
that's the recommended replacement, is no later than 5 years. You can replace them anytime between 1 and 5, but you shouldn't go longer than 5.
Do we know how many sets of body armor that is?
I do.
We do, it's on the quote.
Have to look at the quote.
That's right.
I have no idea what that stuff costs.
And I'm just kind of curious, what is the manufacturer's recommendation? Probably every year, but,
5 years,
No, it's,
5 years is what we pulled up.
5 years is
Is
the
what they recommend.
manufacturer's.
Wow.
Rotation.
They start to degrade somewhere after 3 years, and they don't recommend them after 5.
okay, all right, well, that answers that question.
We used to wear them, just don't want to get shot.
You can wear it to the range, but probably not
It was 30.
30
of them.
sets, yeah.
So they're roughly $1,500 a piece.
Pretty close, depends on size,
Okay,
yeah.
and that's, so we have 30 full-time officers that wear them? I assume that's,
I can't answer that, I don't
I
know.
believe some of the court security wears them
Yeah.
as well. It's not just full-time
Not just road deputies.
okay, fair enough, okay.
At least the gentleman I saw this morning in front of the courthouse had his on.
I'm just doing some quick add-ups here of what we've approved for next year, so we all have an idea of our unassigned fund balance commitment. There's way too many zeros in somewhere.
I'm coming up with 2,605, 326. You want to check that?
I've got 821,823.
Well, I'm including the 1,700 for broadband in there as well. Because that's proposed this year as well. And the 6,000 for the DSS vehicle.
The broadband is covered in, already covered in the batting fund.
So I can take that out?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've got,
I had it listed just so that it was.
And that's 1
you were
million,
I
aware.
got 905, 326. You have what?
I've got $821,823.
Okay.
Mine, that's not including the broadband or the,
DSS.
actually, the ambulance needs to come out too.
Yeah, ambulance would come out of that as well.
So then that would make it 371,823 is what I came up with.
$41, 101, 141.
Now, how much of a grant do we have for that ambulance, or is that all coming out on the Sun fund balance?
That's all on you guys,
That's 100%, so that
Yes.
does need to get added back in, so.
yeah.
What does now?
The ambulance, because there wasn't any
That's a
grants
county
for
bid,
that.
that's right.
So, yeah, I've got our total, if we do all the things that we've allocated to do, I've got an unassigned fund balance to pay for those capital improvement projects of 821,823.
And we've got enough in our reserves.
Which would still cover us to be within our
You
policies.
said we have 1.5 to 2.0 million above our,
Right.
even 15%. We can go as low as 12,
Right.
so, okay.
That's kind of like, I like to check out to make sure that, you know, we're gonna stay within our policies, we're not gonna exceed anything. And he's told us, I mean, you know, Ted Cole has told us, he said, it's okay to run below your policy or above it, you know, that's just a guideline that says if we do run below it, you need to get back up above it.
You have to have a plan to get back to it. Got it. All right, good enough.
Mr. Chairman, can I be excused for a second?
I say we take a break. It's lunchtime, are we close to
Yeah.
lunch?
Yes.
So can I get a motion to recess until 1 o'clock?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Back in from recess.
Motion to unrecess.
Recess is over, children.
So moved.
All right, so I think, board, we went through most everything. I think we're in agreement that we're gonna use any surplus that came out from when needed reruns of numbers, we'll put them in a contingency fund under the board's line. We know that we're gonna have additional requests that come in. The school is still the wild card. We'll see what that comes up with, and we'll kind of work it from there, but we can only do with information that we have today, so that's the decisions we have to make. Any other questions or comments regarding the budget? And once we get past those, we'll get into a discussion around fleet management, which does impact the budget. We just need to understand what it means. But any other questions, comments, directives, thoughts?
I would like to provide, before the gentlemen go, have a message from the superintendent, just reporting his ADM. It has dropped from previous projections. They're down to 1041. So I think the 1025 is still valid for the budget.
And that's the March 31 ADM, so that's a final number. I think.
Right.
Yes,
And
sir.
so with that, so just so the board's aware, what we haven't done in the past, yeah, we budgeted, I think it was 1055 is what we budgeted for the
It
schools
was.
for enrollment. So what's gonna ultimately end up happening now is that the state's not gonna provide this amount of revenue that the schools originally said, which means we as the county are making up the difference for those programs. And I'm not saying that whether we should or shouldn't, the problem is we're not getting notified that on a regular basis so that we can see whether or not we need to make a budgetary appropriation. Because with like these optional programs, we'll talk about when that comes up from the schools, there is a matching component to these. Well, if that, whatever that requirement is, isn't met, we've still appropriated, we've still budgeted the county the full amount, including all state transfers in and transfer out. So we are making up those differences, which could come to the tune of millions of dollars if they're not hit. So we just need to do a better job on our end, making sure that we're asking the right questions, that they're reporting what we need them to report to ensure that all the monies are being spent wisely. I'm all about utilizing state money and federal money when we can to not use local dollars, but we just have to be cognizant of it. But this is one that'll be at least, and I forget what we said, Ronnie, per student, it was like, is it 15,000?
I think it's a little more than that.
It might be, yeah, it might be higher than that now, is about what that ends up being.
I think, and I'm going from memory, but I think like the ADM that the state had projected in the previous year was like 1090. We used the 1055 number. So we do have, and previous years were like that as well. I think the enrollment has probably leveled off some. So it's not declining as much as it has been. But I think the 1025 is still a good number.
Yeah, I think it shows some opportunity to really stabilize. I mean, historically, what we've seen as it's been tracked is that our locality has lost enrolled student, school-age children in our public schools about 30 per year.
Right.
And that's been relatively consistent. That's also consistent with the Weldon Cooper reports that they do. It's with all, the actual numbers may be different. So the calc tool says 1090, we projected 1055, we ended up at 1040. So I'm not saying there's not some arbitrarily higher number, but that's decrease has stayed the same, regardless of what the overall number is. And with recent stuff, you've seen recent reports out with birth rates just being declining continuously. I mean, that's a trend that's not, unless they start sending our elderly back to kindergarten to start over again, I don't know that we're gonna see a change in that trend, you know? Although I wouldn't say that wouldn't be a bad thing. Let's take some people, put them back into the schools and see how things straighten up a little bit. But to give you an example, so 15 times 20,000, I'll just use easy math, is a $300,000 number that we as a county are making up that in that funding that they aren't necessarily getting from the state. So it all kind of adds up, which is, I think while we have to ask those tough questions and it's responsible, not just with the schools, but with anybody else.
So, school, what do we match per student? I mean, cause we just got a class the other day, it's four, where the guy, extra guy told us the state supposes it's $460 per kid. He and I did it the other day, and if they're gonna give him at, shoot, I had the number, now I lost it.
Well, it's 6 million, isn't it? What's our county match? Is it 6 million?
At the minimum, we are at
Five something for the SOQs.
5.8, 55.11.
5,855,11.
And that's straight from the calc tool
Yes, at 10.25.
at 1025.
I'm just gonna do 5,800,000 divided by 125 students.
You can use
It's a
6.
little over 500, is it about 550, 560, just a
So-
rough?
I got 46,400 per student.
Oh, 4,600, yeah, I was thinking 5.
Dollars a year per student?
If you take 5,800,000, which is the county's contribution, and you divide that by 125 students, that means our portion
1025.
of that would be 46,400 per student.
That's not,
No, 48. I think you got an extra zero there.
Do I?
Yeah, 48,
4,800, it's like 5,000 a
about
student.
5,000,
Oh,
what's
wait
that?
5,000 student.
Yeah. The
That
county-
we're,
the
that
county
we are
portion.
paying.
Yeah, but so how they get away, how can they have they?
card,
So how they have,
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
how they have,
I've only got 125 students. Hang on.
Yeah, I think you.
He had
yeah.
he had that extra brownie, I think it's
Well, it's
messing
good.
with his
You didn't
mind.
use 1020, you used
25.
All right, $5,658 per student. There we
That's what I
go.
thought, about 5.
So roughly $5,500 per
the
student.
government
what I
getting,
thought.
the state getting over, they only paying $460.
Well, so part of what changed that this year,
The federal also throws a little bit of money in
yep.
there as well.
And,
Yeah, but he was talking about state, though.
now we have historically been higher. Yeah, when you're looking at state averages, they're looking at everybody.
Right.
We've been higher, and they say when you're in more of a rural or more impoverished area, you will pay more to have those same services, because
Right,
you can't have like 1.5 teachers, for example. You know, so play some of that in, but it's still a lot higher than what you would typically see. But also the composite index changed this year, where this is the first year probably, since
Yeah,
I've been on the board, that switched, that the county actually, the state views the county as being richer and being able to afford more than the state.
I was at .53, what's 5.3?
It's
Two,
it's
something like that.
.41
Yeah.
something, and that's an increase. And a component of the composite index is your assessment of your
Yeah,
real
right.
estate. And
Yeah, but ours
we
is,
saw an increase in
we
that.
just got it the other day, ours is .53, from 5.3 something.
.53
Yeah,
for Essex.
yes, we got it up there. Matter of fact, let me see.
Yeah,
See
the
if I
last
can
one I
pull
saw
it
was
up.
like 4.4
Yeah,
something.
I remember .4.
And that was the latest, now, you might be talking about the latest official one that was adopted.
Yeah.
Because the current one's not adopted yet, but this latest one that's coming through, it's not that way.
Yeah,
What
it's
the
not that
project-
high on the one we're using
It
in the calc
flipped,
tool.
but it was that way last year.
The,
It was in the fives.
the calc tool has it at .5294.
It has, okay.
Yeah. He
All right,
gave
well,
it to us-
Yeah, that's
they've
right.
changed that since I looked at it.
See, he gave it
last.
to us, he just gave it to us Friday.
But that means that we're
Okay.
responsible for 0.53%, and the
That's right.
state's responsible for the balance. So that's what switched. We've been below the 50% mark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
We
went above
we were in the
50.
40s, now we're above 50.
Yeah.
yeah. See, we,
And with the calc tool, like Ronnie said, the assessment, and what we saw with the previous assessment, not this last assessment, but the assessment before that, if you paid attention to it, land values did not go up at all,
That's right.
which was problematic. So we almost got hit double for a 10-year period.
Yeah,
We
for
did get hit.
Yeah,
land
paying for
improvements.
that.
And then when you add on top of that, unfortunately, this isn't any fault of ours across the board, when you look at land use, that's still
Yep.
incorporated into the value from what the county can afford to pay, even though you have
That's right.
800,000, whatever's deferred, it still sees it as this is your ability to pay, even though that's not the revenue we see coming in. And I know that's being pushed by legislators, that's been coming up for a while, and how they calculate that, to try to get that adjusted, because it's, I think, if I'm not mistaken, conservation easements would be accurate, because they would actually
They
use
would-
that
that's
value.
correct.
That is the
Because
value.
that value gets changed, but where it doesn't is, the things that it won't include is the elderly and veteran disabled tax credits.
Deferment.
And it also won't include any deferment you give for personal property, and also for any kind of land use or open space or any of that. So nothing about those programs, it's just, it's not
the
a
fact.
great way for how it's calculated right now.
And Essex is not isolated in that regard. All rural counties are in the same boat.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
But there's quite a bit in the VDOE website, more than I've ever wanted to know about the schools. Ronnie came from a lot of that. He served on that for years, so he had a lot of familiarity with that. But it is convoluted, all the reporting and everything. I mean, what they go through, I think it's overly, and I think it's artificially been done that way over time. I think it's made to be complicated because talking to previous school board members, VSBA would tell them that you need to budget 3% over where you think you're gonna be. And we're trying to say, hey, do a balanced budget, we'll fund you as we need it. But their organizations tell them, no, you need to budget more than what you need, so. But anyway, so that's some of the things that, with that calc tool and things that we're dealing with. But yeah, our composite index is definitely hurting us a little bit more this year, for sure.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I didn't realize they'd already made that change in it. But it's good.
And we can go by and and we didn't really share from our last finance meeting that much when Ron and I met with Dr. Jones and Ms. Waddy and Ms. Gomes. Yeah, we talked a little bit about the calc tool, we talked about the numbers, the rationale why we wanted to use the 1025. We kind of explained that is that we had to have assurances that we we're gonna be able to hit these numbers, and by using just what we got from the calc tool, we would never hit those numbers, and we'd always be in that kind of cycle. I think we as a board, as a county, have done a better job than a lot of other surrounding counties have done with capturing that. In fact, we had, with all the stuff that happened in Northumberland, they were coming down to our meetings to see how we were handling that before we started launching our audits and everything. So this is something you're gonna see a lot more of with other counties. I think we've kind of got the early stages of it, so
Yep.
it's gonna be you're gonna see, I think, other counties, and Ron, is your brother still,
County Administrator in Lancaster, yes.
how are have you heard any input from him on just how they're dealing with finances from schools or anything?
I think the school system there has approved their budget, and the school board has, and it's now in front of the Board of Supervisors, but they haven't taken any action on it.
Okay. But other people are feeling these same pressures. It's not like we're being super hard. I mean, we're trying to get things just where they're more transparent. That's the way I look at it. We're looking for transparency. We want to understand where the money goes and how it's being spent. So it seems like we're asking tough questions. It seems like we're picking on people, but that's not really the case. We've been trying to be very frugal, and our staff internally and our departments have done a stellar job in kind of meeting those requirements. Keep finding cost savings. We're able to do more with less. I mean, all the things that we've been able to do through the county with the staffing that we have now compared to 8 years ago, and not have to raise any tax dollars to do it is pretty impressive. The fact that we continue to focus on grants, push more grants out. Chris says, this is all good stuff, you should put it in the paper. Listen, I still got pictures on here, so. I know, I commend our staff and our board for the work
Yep.
that we put into this.
Absolutely.
We've done a great job. April's done a really good job on her budget, saving us money, always. Rock star.
Department budget, so we understand the directives and the mission of the board. So that's at the
but-
mission and heart of everything we do.
Rob, I'm going to add to your transparency comment. Really, what we are trying to do here is provide the best services for our citizens in this county. It's not about us. It's not about anybody but. The tax dollars, where you spend them, is where your heart is to help this community. And I think our departments understand that. I think this board understands that. Our county administrator understands. And when you all work together toward that, like you said, better services at the lowest cost, you can't beat that. And I don't think a lot of counties can say that.
What's really interesting to see now from, again, when I came on 8 years ago, is the level of understanding that even the staff has of their budgets now that they didn't have before. Yeah, it used to be, what we had last year, let's just add on or do whatever from that, whereas now, where we are building those budgets from the ground up and asking those tough questions. And I don't think staff has felt like, at least I haven't seen that we haven't provided them with what they need to be successful.
No, we always ask, do you have the tools and the resources that you need to do your job? The money is never a reason to limit you, but it's also not a department budget. You know, we talked to them about, these are funds that you're responsible for your budget, for your department, but you're managing someone else's money, which are taxpayers' money, and I think they're mindful of that. I think they do a great job. They work very well together, too.
Yeah, I wanna spend other people's money, just not our citizens' money. Anybody else outside the county is fine. We'll spend their money freely.
We're very fiscally responsible.
That's right. But I think that's because they have confidence and support, you know, my office and the board, that if they need something, they'll do whatever they need to with paperwork to show you, this is what we need to do, this is why we need to do it, and you have to find a reason to tell them no. There's no just frivolous, here's some money, go spend it. We want to know what you're going to do with it. So, and I think they do a great job of doing
Yeah,
that.
when we hear from, Ted Cole and the guys at Davenport, and they look
Yeah.
at, where we're at, kind of looking at the state as a whole, the reason, and keep in mind, they're comparing us with a lot of these bigger jurisdictions. I mean, we're being tied in there with Chesterfield and Henrico, Fairfax, all these other groups, and we're still able to have a pretty strong net positioning and still offering all the programs and services that we offer, so. Yeah, I'm pleased with the work that we've done.
But you demanded it, right?
Yeah.
Accountability, you guys asked the questions.
And we have the right people.
And they know they're going to answer your questions, and they want to. They want to have good answers for you, so. As a matter of fact, before our commissioner left, she said, I've really enjoyed the process, and I haven't been included in that way before. The folks that I talk to in my office don't know what I do, and now they get to understand I have the knowledge or the training, and I get to share that. So she appreciates being a part of the project, which has been helpful, because when I first asked them this year, they were scared to death to come up here and work on it.
That was, and we can get into this now or later, it's something we discussed a little bit yesterday when we looked at, we talked about the elderly and disabled tax credits. I don't know that I have a desire to look at modifying any of those limits right now. It's something we could do as a board. We may want to have, and I don't think we want to get to be in the process of approving all of those like we do with tax refunds. Tax refunds is a different story. But I think we should have some assurances that the requirements are being met for those programs. Now, maybe that's an affidavit that's provided by the Commissioner of Revenue to say, yes, I concur with these calculations, these have been vetted, these have been checked. Because we went through this a couple years ago, we talked about this, more for Calvin and Joe, trying to understand how do we make sure that these things are being applied, because what if somebody's got a $10 million piece of property on the Gold Coast, and they may have all income locked up in a trust somewhere, so per the requirements, it may say that, well, hey, you're not making but under $27,000 a year, but yet you've got $15 million in assets. Should you really be getting a deferment on this property when you have, so, all those things, yeah, there's rules around it, and if we feel like rules are off, we can adjust them, but, that may be something we want to consider as we look in, as we continue to refine our policies and procedures, and probably at the recommendation of our staff, as, we get some of those things before us to approve.
And just for the record, if you do that for this program, it's done through ordinance. So
Yep.
there is a deliberate process that would involve the public, so.
So we would just, that would just be a matter of us saying, I mean, we could approve them, we could have them all come to us to approve. I don't want to think we would get in the position of approving deferments for disabled veterans or elderly and all that. I think we just need to make sure that the policies we set are being followed, so. And I'm not questioning whether they are or not, we just don't have that checks and balances on our end to do that. Because it's not really checked on our audit either.
No, the commissioner should handle that.
Yeah,
No question.
so I think just having, unless you all
With
disagree
that
that.
guidance.
She can certainly certify the ones that she's
Yeah.
processed. You guys have that on the refunds where she signs off. If
Now, we did ask for the commission to report to us
Yeah.
on the status of those programs.
Right,
And she could attest that as part of that process, that'd be
right.
something.
So maybe that's something we can direct our staff is to kind of work on with the commissioner revenue for that, whatever ordinance that needs to read for us to take up on. That was one. There was something else I had, and I can't recall what it was, but we can get into, I know a big piece that we wanted to cover with staff was fleet management. That's a pretty big expense for us as a county as a whole, our vehicles, the maintenance, and all the fleet management. Under the program as has been proposed by staff, as all vehicles would fall under the fleet management program and be under the life cycle service, correct?
But that actually came from the board when we
Right.
set this up last year. It was talked about the year before, that when they're purchased by the Board of Supervisors, all the vehicles are insured by the Board of Supervisors. We were given the directive to title them that way also, which we've been doing. But it's come up the last few years that there's deviations of the policy with take-home vehicles in particular. And so we've had lots of individual conversations about it, but never as a board. And since we're crunching the budget and starting this new program that will then transition over with our joint maintenance facility, it would be helpful to know, the desires of the board with your fleet. Do you want to revisit, July 1, hey, because we're going to put into effect the tax component of these take-home vehicles, which doesn't happen right now. I don't know if you worked any numbers up, Nita. I didn't.
And
But
Ronnie-
just concepts.
Ronnie brought that up
Right.
to my attention,
Mhm.
because he gets a company vehicle through farm credit, and I think
That's
you
right.
allocate a certain amount of miles,
That's right.
Yeah.
and then,
It's
but you
a-
also
it's a-
have to show it as a benefit.
It's a taxable benefit.
It's a taxable
That's correct.
benefit.
And then once you pass your cap, then you're paying a per mile
Mhm.
rate.
Right.
And again, I think, back to John's point, we talk about, health, all these other things, these are all benefits that you have. I mean, those are some big ones.
So, case in point, I get the question all the time, and we also get it from your citizens. I see a vehicle down at the, leaving court, and it's at Food Line. Why is that car at Food Line? I don't know, call the sheriff's office. Just for example, it's not just their department, but, what's the policy? Well, we have a policy, but he has his own policy, and he uses a benefit. It probably needs to be revisited. We have reports of vehicles that are take-home cars that are not in the county, and they're not in a close county. They're going all over the place. So that's something we should discuss. In the past, it was, hey, if it's assigned to a particular department or falls under a constitutional officer, let that person, he or she, decide. It's a little different now. It's all under your responsibility, as far as the insurance and the cost, and part of a fleet program where it's gonna be a car in and a car out. We probably need some consistency to the approach.
I think it dovetails well with the joint maintenance facility.
Right.
We're gonna need this anyway, so
And that's why we,
let's get the process going now.
that's right, that's why we changed the fuel. We're taking the baby steps so that it's deliberate, intentional actions to get to a place that works by the time it's up and running, then all at once and figuring it out.
And then ultimately, I think what would happen, we shouldn't see these requests coming to our budget for a truck for the parks, or a new, this vehicle, or whatever it might be. It would be a request from fleet management that we need to add in this vehicle for whatever purpose it decides it needs to shift around. That's really fleet management that makes that decision, and not individual departments.
And then
Right.
fleet management's gonna keep up with the records that go with mileage, that go with maintenance, that goes with, so that we know, and they can budget much better for that.
That's
Because
right.
how many vehicles do we have total?
You're always asking us zingers, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
We have a lot of vehicles.
We saw the sheet at one time, it was a lot.
We did.
I got a binder. We have a lot
lot.
of vehicles. I mean, it goes without saying, those folks that are essential personnel, on call, 24 hours a day, we know about their vehicles and, you know, for example, our maintenance crews. But, you know, I get the feedback constantly, you know, why do court security, who don't serve papers, have vehicles if they're, or why does a school resource officer have a brand-new vehicle, but that they call a deputy when there's something needed? You know, these aren't questions for me to answer, but if you're buying the vehicle, you should have a say in how you want that utilized. It's your asset and also your liability.
Where will fleet management go under in our administrative?
General
Jay?
property.
Is it gonna go under facilities? Is it gonna go
So
under county
we-
administrator? Is it gonna go under
Both.
Right.
financial?
The hope is, if I understand the project correctly, is that, you know, the joint maintenance garage should be something like its own cost center at some point, right? And so they'd handle everything. Right now, it's just the financial component of
what
centralized
I'm asking.
services, myself, and Jay in general properties.
So it may be a standalone,
It may be.
and that's fine.
I don't
just-
know where
just
that's all gonna
As we
go.
move into that, that's just something.
But even
Keep
when
in
it
mind.
does, you know, I'm not gonna release the rein of knowing what we're buying. So I'll still be part of that.
So
Well,
one of the,
that's the opportunity. You would hope that at some point, even the schools, you know, you need a vehicle, you check out a vehicle. You know, I need a vehicle, you go to the facilities department, say, I need this vehicle for this reason.
But right
you
now, I'm
decide
just
to
worried
do that.
about the county.
yes,
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the idea, is that you
More
have.
schools,
logical.
more schools right now,
So the first thing you talked about is the policy stuff.
right?
So,
So the idea was
Would-
when we took those other cars off is, hey, there's gonna be a tax, implication to these vehicles. We wanted to revisit it, you know, in concept. July 1, you have a take-home vehicle right now. Do you live in the county? You do? Okay. What do you use it for? Did you go on calls? Okay. You don't? Okay. You know, certain questions to ask.
so what, well, whoever
Mm-hmm.
will direct county administrator, whatever
And I think
committee,
we'll have a
team, or
surplus
whatever,
from that,
to
quite
start
honestly.
developing those policies, and then we'll review them. Would be
And
the
you know-
first step.
Well, you have some policies in effect already in
Right.
your manual,
Right.
but they've been like grandfathered that, hey, this person can kind of manage their own program.
Well, let's
But
get
that's
a
not gonna work
concise,
anymore.
separate
Yeah.
fleet management policy, book, subsection, whatever you wanna call it,
Sure.
and let's review that, would be the first step in this process.
It's not a new concept, so we don't have to
No.
recreate the wheel from zero. I mean,
I'm not sure what other counties have
well,
this,
I don't
but
know
we
of
can
other
start
counties,
there.
but private industry does it a lot. So,
lot of them
So
do.
I think we can certainly garner that information. What is our rotation schedule for vehicles now? I guess it varies based
It
on the vehicle.
completely varies.
Yeah.
So some of the vehicles, for example, it'll be 100,000 miles, but that same office will have one in rotation that's 196,000 miles that they paid to tow and paid to repair. Why? You know,
But at the same time, you could have one department that, you know, vehicle is not an emergency vehicle, so if that one is inoperable because of a breakdown, they can get another one.
That's right.
But
So like
a
we
sheriff's
sold,
request, they need to be that tight at 100,000 or whatever, I get that.
It's in the
Right.
street
We can have
ready.
different policies for different.
so like the Board of
types vehicles.
Supervisors, you had a vehicle, it was the Taurus. We sold the Taurus. We didn't replace the vehicle. There's always a vehicle that we can borrow or take from another department if you need one. So just kind of set that example. It's not needed to be purchased and sit on the street until somebody needs it.
Also included in that policy should be that, to reduce the amount of personal use and reimbursement for the personal vehicle, that, you know, the policy would be, I would hope, something to the effect of, you know, you have to check here first and see, and if unavailable, then the next step may be taking your personal vehicle at mileage. Otherwise, if you prefer your personal vehicle, you're doing that at your own expense. So, again, it's the taxpayer's money, and, you know, it
You
makes more.
want to utilize what you have.
Right. you
Right.
know, It's a resource there. And then I'd really question even about the insurance and all that, of using your personal vehicle for county business. That can get mired in problems as well, I'm sure, but anyway, that should be in the policy as well.
But to get started, what's the board's interest or thoughts on the take-home vehicles for non-essential, like not road deputies or emergency service personnel? Mainly the court security. We get that call all the time. Do you have an opinion about it? Is it left up to the sheriff? I mean, I don't care either way, but we need to know because it does go against what's in the policy now.
In my opinion, if it's not essential, if it's not required for emergency operations, then it shouldn't be a take-home vehicle. That's my opinion.
When I worked for the state, that was the policy there. I mean, those of us who were on firefighting call had a vehicle to go home because you may never know when you're gonna get called, but anybody above that level, no. They had to drive their personal vehicle to work, to use the company vehicle to do work
Right.
during the day. That's state policy.
Well, everybody's got to go to work, and IRS says you don't get paid for that.
That's
So,
right.
So it's the, that's fine. There may be situations from time to time where a non-essential employee, we need to take a vehicle
Right.
home because they may need to go off-site the next day.
That's right.
Something like that.
In that
Something
state
logical.
section,
As
and
long
I
as you have,
totally get that.
as long as you have the same flexibility to do those sorts
Yeah,
of things.
then you have, in
That's
your
a policy.
policy, you have the approval process from whoever, from administrative level to allow that to happen. We don't want to prevent people from being able to do what they need to be able to do. But if we could cut back on some of our maintenance and fuel and, I mean, if we had somebody in Fredericksburg that was driving back and forth to Fredericksburg every day, but they weren't, it wasn't really essential to have that, then we're just paying money that we don't need to pay out.
And you do have that happening. Yeah.
Thumbs up on that.
Is the board kind of comfortable with that, letting staff kind of develop that policy that makes?
I think some of it'll work its way out just by the take-home vehicles becoming a taxable benefit. I think some of that's gonna work itself out, but,
The other thing that April brought up,
the uniformity of vehicles.
the uniformity is one, that's certainly big. I think having some more uniform type vehicles that go out to kind of have that consistent look and feel instead of just everything under the sun.
That's gonna help with the maintenance shop
That's
too.
my OCD kicking in right there. That drives me
Well,
crazy.
That's gonna help with the maintenance shop too. You have parts, and, when you're gonna work on something, if you have the same type of vehicles being ordered across the county, with different build packages, of course, but,
And there's a resale value in that as well, because I know the state, we went from green trucks to white trucks because of that resale value was higher.
yeah.
So there's efficiencies with that as well. But again, that could be a fleet maintenance decision on what
And centralizing procurement will help a lot of that too.
It will,
Exactly.
And we talked about what we're not doing now that we address is when we're outfitting
Yep.
first responder vehicles, we're not getting insurance on the full outfit. We're getting
That's right.
insurance on a vehicle, but as we've seen, when a vehicle gets totaled, you don't have enough insurance money to cover it with all the extra equipment, which is significant. It's a pretty big amount what goes into adding on to those. We're not covering ourselves enough. It's
So
just
look,
that-
when you register your vehicle with VACORP, you send in your title and your invoice and the package. That's how you ordered that vehicle. That's
Right.
the vehicle they insured. When that vehicle goes to the shop and let's say it's a deputy build, there might be a package of another $13,000 to $18,000 to put radios and computers and lights and what have you. Cages on other vehicles.
Right.
First responders. That's not part of what's being reported, and they've already processed it. That's road ready. It's assigned a custodian of who's driving that vehicle, and that vehicle's
So-
road ready.
So you can't report it after you do all that to them?
There's no way that they're capturing it. That's the problem. That's why when I'm going through invoices, like, why don't we have a build sheet? If you've ordered a vehicle, it's gonna be a road deputy car, you should know, this is the spec for that car. So that gets turned in, everything gets ordered at one time. So even the budget today, it says 2 vehicles, right? That's not for that full vehicle. So you're gonna give me an approval for a vehicle, just for conversation. That vehicle's not gonna be ready to go to work when it's received. So you'll approve 50,000, but we may need another 20,000. But the way that they're doing it now, some's coming from the sheriff's office, some's coming from communications. So what did it really cost? You can't nickel and dime it up to VACORP, like we spent $100 on a light bar, and then we put in a radio that was, you know, refurb from another car, we need to know what that car builds when it hits the road to fully insure it. So then if you can recoup some of your equipment out of the vehicle, that's great, but then go on the shelf as a backup or
Right.
inventory.
Gotcha.
But we want to be able to do that, but they haven't been doing that. But it'd be very simple to do.
Yeah, I mean, just
going
build a
forward.
template and you
That's
just
right.
follow that.
Right.
And then you really know in your budget too, what that car really cost you to order and to
Right.
put it on the road, down to ordering some stickers from Joey's office to mark the vehicle. None of that's being captured.
What about vehicle purchases for the future? Wouldn't it be better that fleet management, whenever we get to that point, make the recommendation to the board, rather than, that way they can go through all the details, whatever, and have a better idea of what that vehicle is gonna cost, because they priced them out and
So
got
what-
3 bids or whatever, you know, process you wanna
So
follow.
what the hope is, it would be, let's just make it up, we'll say, you get a Ford Taurus, it's a deputy build, you're gonna get this car in package A. So we know exactly what it's gonna cost
Get it
and
full,
where to
get
go
it
to
right.
order it, just like you would a government order sheet. I just said Taurus because we got rid of your Taurus, but, you know, didn't wanna
That-
set anybody off a Tahoe, so.
But again, then fleet management would present that to the board,
Order me.
not the individual department or whatever.
Right, no,
Yeah.
they wouldn't be ordering the vehicles.
Yeah.
No, not at all. And they're not doing that now. They're
Right.
just identifying it for you when we made the request on CIP, that that's a one in and one out for a sheriff's vehicle. In the future, I'm hoping this one is out and we're ordering one that will be replaced to the fleet and assigned to the sheriff's office.
And on things like your essential vehicles, what you'd have is, what you'd hope to have through fleet management is that you have a ready-to-go, first responder,
That's
whatever
right.
categories you have. So if one has to go in for maintenance or whatever repairs, there's
That's right.
another vehicle ready to go.
Yep.
So you always have that one standby per whatever required function that is.
And other localities do that now. I know when I worked at Newport News, that's what we did. If the lieutenant's car is out, goes to the shop, drops it off, Unit 5's ready. Go get it. That's your car. You grab your pack and you get in, because it's the same vehicle.
We do the same thing.
Yeah.
One for one.
Yeah, one for one. Yeah.
Anybody have any issues with not doing that? I mean, I think it's big smart. We've been talking about, we've been building up to it, so it's just getting to that point
Mhm.
and getting consensus. of
And
the
I've talked
board,
with the
so-
sheriff. He's
Right.
aware. Yeah. The other item that I've been approached by a couple of board members, remain nameless. The school resource officers, they're provided a vehicle from the county side. They're assigned, let's say they're being paid by a grant, but they work for the sheriff, but they're assigned to a school. I've been asked, why isn't the school providing the vehicle? And certainly not, I don't know the answer to that. Is that something you want staff to explore? Is that something you want us to really dig into? Or is it something else altogether?
Well, I think if we address the essential
Mhm,
part of it, that's gonna take care of some of it.
mhm.
Because again, if you don't have, if your SROs aren't making arrests, if they're not transporting, if they're not doing those things, what's the necessity of having a vehicle?
But if they did need a vehicle, would they
What
pick
would
it
be
up from
that?
that big fleet at the school or from ours? I mean, that's,
Yeah, I
Okay, so-
agree. And then there's been comments that I've heard that, well, I'd like to have a vehicle on the property because then it may thwart some type of issue. I can't agree or disagree with that, but do you need a brand-new vehicle, or do you just need, quite frankly, just leave a vehicle out there that just doesn't run, let it sit out? I mean, again, but
He's
again.
he's just spitballing, he's just for
Soon as
conversation,
you-
I
soon
get
as you
it.
do that, so you don't have to need to get around, and then it's gonna be, you know.
Right.
Well, then they be pulling up down to the shoe barn to pick you up.
But you have to wonder, you know, what's the purpose that it has for needing to be there? Does it have to be a brand, I mean, if you got a road deputy, your road deputy should always have the latest and greatest vehicles.
True.
I mean, that's.
Reliable
Right,
and ready.
yeah.
Get it, totally get it.
Do the resource officers do the stopping of the traffic
No,
in the mornings or the evening?
Uh-uh.
No, that's
Those
the
are
sheriff's
deputies.
office. Okay. I was thinking maybe they needed the car with a light on it, to stop the traffic.
That's other deputies that do
Okay.
that.
that's a deputy.
And as far as you're saying that the resource officer, something goes on, he calls the deputy, my question is, in his duty title and for the state and safety practice, if something did go and he had to transfer somebody, can that resource officer actually leave the school and leave it unattended?
He's probably calling somebody so the school.
He said no, so,
That's what I'm saying, he's probably calling someone so he's not leaving the duty post of the school.
Right.
Therefore not needing the vehicle.
that's why the deputy comes then.
That's right,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah, well, then the discussion that's been had with the schools, if they're moving forward with a whole safety type program, should they should the schools be responsible for it? Maybe there's grants, I don't know, should the school be responsible for that security, whether it's hired through the sheriff's office, whether it's through private security, whatever that is, should we be making that determination, or should that be the schools making that decision for what they best need?
Because they have hired a security officer.
Right.
So
So
think
they may not have
April's-
a security officer yet.
I think April's request was, correct me, April, if I'm wrong, that, should we look into this, is what you asked, right?
Yeah, what's the pleasure of the board?
I would have
How
the,
deep do you want us
I
to
would
go
think,
with that?
I think the county administrator should start looking into that and then present us some options.
Okay,
I think that's reasonable.
well, we'll start with the tax incentive to kind of whittle down to see what we have.
And maybe defining kind of essential,
Well, and then I would think, the easiest question I would think is, in the county, outside of the county, what's the board's, appetite for that?
I think that's more of an exception than a rule. If there's some, well, that might, to Ronnie's point, if you have somebody that may have to go somewhere else to represent the county, and then go in that next.
Reside outside of the county, they're taking vehicles from.
If there was, let's just say somebody lived in Aylet, but they had to go to, that next morning, they had to go to something to represent the county in Richmond.
Right,
Makes sense.
Instead of having them come back here to pick up a vehicle and go back,
Makes sense. I get that.
that sounds like
Yeah.
putting back into place, there's not, if you don't meet that criteria, the take essential personnel, the vehicle, then they don't go home, and except by exception.
except by exception.
Oh, you
So
can
we
put,
are going back to.
Yeah, I
the-
mean, just have that exception.
with the special exceptions, that's right.
That's right.
Two words, special exception.
There's always gonna be exceptions to it,
Yeah.
but I think they're gonna be few, more than likely.
When I worked for the state, the policy was that you had to be available to get back to your county within a certain period of time. And that was tight. I mean, it's like 30 minutes. So if you are, online, so to speak, you are the first line to respond to an emergency. It wasn't a problem that you had your vehicle at home, but you couldn't live in Fredericksburg and then respond back here in time. It's just not
Right.
reasonable. So, I don't know if they want to put a distance on it. Do we want to put a, if somebody lived, just on the other side of the King and Queen County line of Essex or something, is that something that, approved that they take that home because they're on call or whatever? I don't know. I mean, again, it's hard to have absolutes. So, but I don't want to make exceptions for everything under the sun either.
Yeah, we're a very long county.
Here we are.
So for us, understanding the financial impact that has with fuel costs, especially
Sure.
the way fuel costs are being risen and maintenance costs, I think that would all play a factor in it. Again, if you have people that are,
Thank you.
and I'm just gonna pick up, so let's just say there's 4 10-hour shifts. Maybe it's allowable during that period of time, during those 4 10-hour shifts, but those 3 days, you don't need a take-home vehicle.
Right, correct.
We'll
If
develop
that's
some
the-
guide, we'll
yeah.
develop some. The vehicle I was referring to is, there's a 2021 Tahoe assigned to a school resource officer that goes back from Deltaville,
Right.
and not road deputy, so we're paying, what, 100 some tank of gas, gallons of gas in 1 month. I mean, it's very expensive, and it's not a road
Resource,
deputy. This one, we get calls now.
where he work at? What school he work at?
Middle school?
Middle school.
Oh, I already said, I forgot about this.
But not to pick on a person, this is the kind of calls you see when they're
Right.
making a long drive, we get
Yeah.
more calls about it.
Yeah.
And the people think the board is responsible, they're looking for the answers instead of the calls.
Well, I
We'll
mean,
put some stuff together.
Yeah, we'll hear, again, especially now, you have driving brand-new vehicles, you have people that are barely paying their gas. Those are the kind of questions that we get. How are these folks that, you take these brand-new vehicles,
You're paying,
I
the
get it.
taxpayer money's paying for the gas, and they're not able to pay for gas to go to work.
Right.
It's inequity.
so, I think you have a good direction from us on that.
I think so, and then,
I think we're good.
then we'll get into the weeds as far as developing the colors, the brandings for the union, makes and models and choices like that. Then, of course, if vehicles are marked or not, we do get that question quite a lot. It's not a business need to not be marked. The policy that exists now is that it should be marked. That's not always happening. So we'll revisit that as well. And there's a good reason to address it, but
Well, I think the people that drive them should be proud to drive with Essex County on the side of it. You're representing the citizens of the county, so I don't think that would be a bad thing,
that's right.
so.
Thank you, Jim.
We're upgrading the ambulance this year. What's the plan for the old one?
Do you know, Jerry? That would be Craig Kyle. Don't they usually try to sell those, on the market somewhere?
With tube truck.
Almost.
Usually one of the older ones gets put back on, gets stripped down for whatever it needs and gets
What's the plan
repurposed.
for the old ambulance?
Why not empty it out and turn it into
Let's go to
the
the
animal
source.
control?
That's a
It'll
great,
be sold on gov deals.
but that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's plenty of room for cages in the back, and
I mean, that's an option that,
it's got lights on it.
Sure do.
That's a good point.
And
We'd have to buy
and
it.
it's weighted, so you can't turn it over, and if the dog get there, I'll get back there.
Dog ambulance, I love it.
I mean, that's a great point. I mean, that's why I have everything under fleet management, so I can kind of make those decisions and decide how.
Because they'll know who has need and who doesn't, and, yeah, it's a good point.
And what purposes those
Purpose.
needs are for. Well, that keeps them from coming back to us and trying to make a decision on something that's not really in our, we're more looking at the big picture bottom line, not the individual details. Kind of allow the staff to kind of work that out for us to see
Hey,
what those
when they
are.
sell that vehicle, what do they do with the funds?
And long as it's not a, mechanical
funds,
burden, we
money.
might be okay with that.
Yeah.
You know, as long as you ain't got to turn a wrench on it every 2 days, you know.
Is a-
They got put 6 quarts of oil in to crank it up this morning.
Re-outfitted as the new, animal control box.
That's the other thing about fleet management too, the money could go back into
Kyle said
fleet.
it could.
Might save us some money.
Just,
All right, you earned your salary this year there, Calvin. Way to go, man. You just saved the taxpayers $5,000. Good for you.
Might cost multiple cages in it.
He's gonna price it out to see
Okay.
what it would be to retrofit it up to a dog catcher.
But this is where fleet management
Yeah,
comes
this
in
couldn't
really
do
well.
it. Got
I
little
like it.
welder and some dang on brass, I mean, not to put in there, don't.
Get some chicken wire.
They know how to work on them, so
Huh?
that's a great idea.
Got the medical equipment already there for the dog.
We ready to cage?
Dog stretcher.
We are fortunate that we have.
Fighting, you already got
Yeah, we
supplies
got
on
folks
that
like
advantage.
That's what he said too.
All the medical equipment, I mean.
And they're moving
So we're
things
fortunate to
today.
have Kyle and Jay that actually work on these vehicles, and sometimes save us a lot of that money on these outfits.
Very nice. Okay.
What else do you need on fleet management?
Nothing for now.
Good deal.
I did have a question for the board about the, school funding, since it's categorical, and they don't have a presentation to where they think their numbers fall. Mr. Magruder had suggested just dividing it up evenly amongst the categories that the attorney provided. That could be changed later, but we have to put it somewhere to start. What are your thoughts or guidance to,
Nina, is there any resources that we can grab from the state VDOE that kind of shows us based on the calc tool? And somebody should be able to tell us based on what the calc tool spits out, what categories they fall in, because they set those requirements in those statutes.
You're taking all my fun out of this.
So I did ask that question of another finance director with many years' experience in another locality, and she said that whoever made the rules were in two different places, because you've got your General Assembly and then you've got your VDOE. So they don't necessarily line up with the calc tool. We could take a look at the categories, because the categories are such things as instruction, administration, operating and maintenance, food service. Obviously, some of them are easier to break out, but we could look at a percentage of what historically of the budget has gone to administration, has gone to instructional.
I'd be okay with
And do an average of that percentage wise.
Okay.
I think that, you know, if we use it as a historical percentage, that gets us as close as
That's
we're gonna have right now.
At the funding level that we're doing.
Right.
That'll work.
You just want it to be too easy, you know, it's just.
No, I just, this way force them to make a budget, and that way we can see it, but that's
These
fine.
categories
It's a
don't
good
always
start.
match up.
It's a
You
good
wish the
start.
calc tool would say, okay, here's the funding.
Yeah, I
in
know.
these
Sure it would be.
categories, but
Yeah.
It's a shame it doesn't do that.
Because you have that great big initial pot that's the SOQ.
SOQ.
That can go anywhere.
Right.
So,
And that's required, so you got to,
There you go.
you got to
right,
find that.
right. So that's the
This
tough
is
part.
from the state. This come out the Senate. They propose.
What else do you need on that?
Come down, we go back, get out of there. That was the Senate budget,
And just the point for the board, for the public, whatever, is the fact that,
House budget.
you know, once the categories are divided, fine tuning can happen, come back to the board to do that. They can be done, so.
Where it go?
So the Senate bill only had 9 million in there?
This got one in, this got, what is it? It's only 110,000 right there, it look like on the house. And they both showing 5.592 thousand 40
What's he looking at?
fiscal year approved.
He's looking at the bills,
Yeah,
Oh, the bill.
not the calc tool, but the bills themselves.
cap bill is zero.
So, and again, our number could be off depending on
Yeah.
what the final number is. You know, we had to use what we had available to us, which was what was being projected from last year, based on an updated ADM is all we really had to go by on that.
And the nice thing about this too as well is that they always say, generally speaking, that where your money's going shows what your priorities are. So if they need to come back to the board and say, hey, we want to shift this money from this category over to instruction, for example, you know, again, I don't have any big problem making those decisions later on. I mean, it's logical. You present it to us, here's your logic, boom. It should be pretty easy. And then that way going forward, next year, year after, whatever, we'll have a little bit better idea how to better categorical fund those sections, because we'll have a little bit more past history to do
We have a
it.
little more data to back it up.
Sure. And after 3-5 years, it makes it even better, so.
Can they put it in this operation and then deviate from there?
They can't deviate but so far in their budget. Their policies won't allow, so when we categorically fund, that means they cannot move money from one category to another without this board approving that appropriation.
Which, Joe, flows perfectly into their desire for transparency, because then they will be transparent with us, to the public, this is why we're doing this, and then no questions, you know, it's a
Right.
lot easier answer.
They
Sorry,
can move the
Ronnie.
money within the category, they just can't move it outside the category.
Outside of it.
And within the categories, that's their internal policies that will control some of that, to what they can allow the superintendent to do
Or what the
without
school board
the school
does.
board approval, and they have their own internal policies, which we don't really have say in those. I mean, we can only, the only thing, we can, as furthest we can go is to a categorical level, and then we can control how frequently we fund those, which, how it's worked currently is those expenses get submitted to our treasurer, the treasurer validates whether there's money or not, and moves that, ensures that money's over there to be spent. But what we said at our last meeting is we need to make sure that when that information comes from the school, it's coded the appropriate way.
Right.
Or our treasurer should just kick it back and say, no, this hasn't went through the appropriate approval processes, it needs to go back, so we're not second guessing where it goes.
But the
which
more-
will also feed into your separate bank account.
Yes.
And I did want to bring up the point, so the way that the ledger system is set up for the schools, their number system of codes corresponds with these categories, which also corresponds with the annual school report. So while it doesn't make sense with the calc tool necessarily, that reporting all flows together. So all of that instructional, for instance, is categorized as a 6,100 number. Everything that's transportation is categorized as a 6,300. So when you fund it that way, it should also show up on their reports that way of what goes to the state. So,
Which will also help them with the grant funding stuff as well, I'm assuming, from the
it's
standpoint.
not necessarily the same numbers, but it does help with the grants because then all of your expenses are in the
That's what we
appropriate
want.
buckets
That's,
of what is reflected in your reports to the state.
because that's what bit us
That's what
last
has,
year.
yes, given trouble before.
And we shouldn't see thousands of corrective journal entries.
Yeah, as long as the entries are correct, then that works, right, so.
The more
The goal is
autonomous
to get it
they
right
are,
to
the
start
better
with.
off we are, because that means they're doing it like they're supposed to.
The best we can do is set up controls, and that's kind of what we're kind of working for.
We've done a lot of work to put everything back in the right places so
You
that,
have, and the calc tool is not an accounting tool, it's there.
Correct.
To help in a big way look at the budget, so.
yeah.
And it's supposed to be a check tool too at the same time. That's exactly what it's supposed to be.
You can really see what the state allocates.
Right.
And I think the General Assembly meets on the 22nd or 23rd of April.
23rd.
23rd to, yeah, 22nd is the veto session, and the 23rd is the budget session to pass the budget.
Yep.
We hope.
Yeah.
Same day we meet to do ours.
Do we have anything additional? April?
Did we decide, real quick,
Letter yesterday.
Yep.
real quick question on the school budget and all, did we decide with the conference or working with our treasurer that category funding will be, I know it's not gonna be monthly, quarterly, semi-annually? What was the final decision? Or we don't know yet?
So you guys decide that, the recommendation was either the full amount or 2 payments. It would be impossible to do it every month.
Right.
And the quarterly would also be a real
Right.
headache.
My recommendation is the amount that's required, that we're required by the state,
Just give it to them
just
all?
put it in there.
All right.
I mean, it's,
Okay.
that way.
For this year, let's try that
That
and
way,
then
we're
go from there?
guaranteed to meet our obligation as a county, so we're not at any risk that we funded exactly what we were
Okay.
told we needed to fund, so that way we're covered.
Okay.
That way, there's no question, well, the county's not giving us, that way we don't have any of that kind of issue that we
Because
see.
you know more is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's less administrative work to do it that way, and then,
Penny would be good with that and her staff and all that as well.
I'm sure they would be.
I think Benny would
Max
probably
had
go for
also
that.
advised, and when he broke out the categories for us, that the appropriations, the periodic basis, the appropriations need to be made the same as you do to other agencies.
That
And we-
Max.
And we appropriate that now as a
That's
lump
fine.
sum.
It's all
So
common
if
sense.
everybody else gets theirs that way, as long as
Yeah.
it's consistent.
Consistent.
And the school board can still report to us on a monthly basis.
Oh,
Which is what
absolutely.
we've asked for.
The only downside, of dropping the full amount in upfront is that we just have to monitor cash flow a little more carefully, when you do that.
That's a good thing.
Because that's a big chunk, it's a big chunk of money
It's a
if you're
good
gonna
thing.
drop. Well, the county would be dropping, say, 6 million in there, plus what you're gonna get from the state. But you're not gonna get the state up front. I guess that would just come in,
The state, you can't control how the state
Yeah.
comes in, so, yeah.
yeah, so we can only do our portion of what we're obligated to do. And then as the state monies come in, it would just go into
Yeah.
that.
And they come in, like the SOQs, they come in monthly. A lot of the optional programs, if you elect into those, you don't start seeing those funds until January.
So for cash flow, given where our reserves are currently at, that amount should be fine, it's not gonna impact our cash flows any. We've only had 1 year since I've been on the board that we risked, just because tax payments went out late, or tax bills went out late, that we were a little concerned whether we would have the cash flow to cover payroll until those payments came in. So we did take a very short-term loan that we immediately paid back. I think it was 30 or 45 days we paid that back.
It was in 30 days.
because we didn't need it, but we had to pull that safeguard just because we didn't know.
Yeah, we could have got by without it, but,
Yeah, but it was rather safe than sorry, it didn't really cost us anything to do it, so.
What else you got on your list, chief? What else you got?
The audit update, April and I both signed off on the management letter yesterday, sent that back. I see I received one question that is from their QC folks that I will answer today. That's, should be it. And it actually, I also received something from Bakari regarding the airport. It looked like it was all of the airport information as well. So I believe it looks like everything is pretty well wrapped up. We should have our full
breath.
proof, well, just, just for 2 weeks until it starts again. But we'll be in much better shape because they'll have a good base. So I'm excited about that.
And I did provide to the schools and to social services the draft audits, so they could have those findings. I do know that from the social services side, that they have addressed the findings that were in there and have a plan going forward that they'll present to us at our upcoming meeting. I know Candace will be out, but both Sheila and Kim will be here to address that, to give the board the confidence that those findings have been addressed.
very good.
Anything else from the board? Anything else from staff? We are 20 minutes shy of the 2 o'clock deadline.
2 o'clock deadline, that's impressive there, Chair.
Go have a piece of cake.
He told me yesterday we'd be done by 2 o'clock.
That 2 o'clock?
That's Mr. Nate, April and.
Yeah, again, kudos again to staff for all the hard work. I mean, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we
Tremendous
just-
work.
True right there.
We sometimes make life a little bit more difficult, but we've
John.
got good staff.
I feel much better now than I did 2 Tuesday nights
Yeah,
ago when I
I
saw
take that as a compliment, Joe, thank you.
We like to give you a heart attack and then go,
Yeah,
it's okay. It's fine."
Everything will be all right.
Public hearings.
Everything will be all
All
right.
right, so real quickly, so from the standpoint, I'm projecting forward here now. Okay, we've got a budget, we're advertising this budget. In 2 weeks, we have our public hearing, is that correct?
Yeah, you've already advertised your budget. It's
Correct.
inflated because you guys didn't.
Right.
You needed more time.
Right, so in 2 weeks, we'll have a public hearing, and then a week after that, we
Yep.
do our final approval, and then Kristen and Penny take over on the mailing out tax notices and all that kind of stuff on time, should be no
Yes.
problem with that, so everything's flowing. I just wanted to,
And
Check
that's
all
really the drive to always adopt on time if we can.
Sure,
You see the
absolutely.
fallout when we don't.
the year that we had that
Yeah.
issue, it cost us a little bit, but, but anyway. But the other thing is, so there are no more budget meetings that we know of?
No more budget meetings.
We're done,
When,
okay.
when I make if I make adjustments to the sheriff's budget based on the questions and reevaluating everything,
Just email it
how
out.
would you like that? Can I just email it out?
He'll email it out. Yep,
I have no problem with that.
Because I believe we've
'Cause it'll stay the
we've
same
settled
rate.
on everything else,
That's
correct?
right.
Just stay the same or go down.
or decrease, yeah.
Right,
If it
so it
goes down,
shouldn't,
there's no risk for us.
there's no risk
That's right.
whatsoever.
No, it won't be.
No, email is fine with me.
Yeah,
Can't
me
speak for
too.
the rest of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I've pulled some history and I'm gonna go back and recalculate just to make sure, see if we can adjust anywhere
Yep.
with the sheriff.
All right, okay,
Yeah.
good.
So the takeaways is we'll work with the attorney to transfer those items back to the school. We'll work to get the separate bank account established for the schools with Penny. We've already talked to her once already. Develop an outside agency application, work with Ronnie on any edits on that. Gentlemen, update the youth incentive fund application and encourage Little League to seek that additional funding above the funds that you, the level funding that you did too for the other ask. You want the bad debt, booked and non-booked included, so that we have a true value, yep. And then work with the commissioner to address, the requirements and caps for the elderly disabled program, perhaps, certification of participants.
So what we might see is when we get the final number for us to approve, the overall revenues will be higher, but so are the overall expenses if we capture the total billable and then the bad debt or deferment. So the bottom line number wouldn't change, but the numbers for each, the revenues.
They'll both adjust accordingly.
And use the old ambulance as the new dog catcher truck.
You know, we could probably put a sweeper on it, and we don't have to get out and get the dogs, you just.
Put a big vacuum, just suck them up.
And cats.
Put a net.
Only in the town limits on the cats.
I can take care of cats for you, man.
So, gentlemen, you have a budget.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Good job, everyone.
Thank you.
So with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.